but I'm not sick, not contagious, but my voice is shot, and I'm sure by 3 o'clock this afternoon will be even more so. So I do apologize from the get-go for that. Let's do roll call and see who all is here.
Speech off.
Let's see. Why don't we, for our question today, tell me your favorite place to get pizza, because probably everybody likes pizza, and if you don't, just I don't like pizza. But favorite place to get pizza. And we will start to my right.
Crispy Health, VE Program Manager. It's called Torita's. Torita's, you can't go there and actually sit down to eat. It's just takeout, but it's really good.
You ordered that today?
They don't deliver either.
Amy Sager, I'm the BSCI budget and data manager, and I am a big fan of Dewey's.
Lindsay McKinney, training manager. I like Grapevine Pizza in Pickerington. Yvette, you know about it?
Might, but.
Or Bill Sharp, VE area manager. I'm just gonna say Delano's.
Matthew Karam, Assistant Legal Counsel for Opportunities for Autism with Disabilities. Adriatico's.
Oh, they're really good. Could you spell your last name, Matthew?
Yeah, it's Karam, Karam.
Okay, thank you. Is this Matthew common spelling?
Yes.
Two T's? Okay.
Keith Ramel, data representative. It's a little place called Ron's.
Give that shot for it, thank the representative, and I don't care for pizza.
Oh, that's great.
You know your place. Everybody know your place.
Johnny Mack, Cleveland Rep, Pizza King, Lock Haven, Pennsylvania.
Chris Johnson, Dayton alternate, Pizza House on
Yes.
Lincoln near Sinclair Road.
Very,
65 years in business. Doing it
Awesome.
right.
very good.
Christopher Sabin, OVRC Secretary, and I would say a place in Cincinnati called the Kitchen Factory.
The Kitchen Factory.
The Kitchen Factory,
Go ahead, Dean.
which is in Cincinnati. Really small, hole-in-the-wall pizza place.
Yeah, that's one sometimes.
Okay. Dean Hamilton, Akron Canton representative, and Romeo's Pizza for me.
Okay.
Rita Hamilton, I would say Rocco's Pizza in Cuyahoga Falls.
Joyce Meisenhilder, and I would say Plaza Pizza.
Mark Wood, the Columbus Rep, I would say Marcos.
Elizabeth Strain, Columbus, and I would also say Dewey's Pizza.
Sheila Mallard, Dayton, Costco.
Oh, Costco.
Sleep on Costco.
Seriously?
They have the best pizza in the world, and it's cheap.
Yes,
For $10.
Wow.
Dave Pagasa, Cincinnati alternate, and Domino's at the moment.
Not La Rosa's.
No.
Frank Pagasa, Cincinnati representative, and I'm going to go with the Roosters.
There you go.
This is good. Annette Lutz, the Toledo representative, and I like a place called Tommy's Pizza.
Yeah, Tommy's rocks.
All right.
Do you want me to say who's on that?
Yes, I was just getting ready to ask. Thank you.
We have Aaron Hopkins, Mark Messick, Dwayne Burkholder, Sabrina Hawkins, Lisa Litzinger, Lisa Medina, Kelsey Burrier, Kat Jacoby, Berna King, Tanya Koo, Michelle Kazar, Anne-Marie Mosby. And then we have a 614-313-9585. I don't know who that is.
Does someone have that number? If you want, you can give your name. The 614-313 number, so we can put down that you're here.
Oh, they can't hear you. Can you guys hear us?
Can you hear us on the virtual?
I can hear you. This is Kelsey. I can hear you.
Okay, Kelsey, thank you. Okay, well, maybe he can, or she can, figure out, and we'll make sure, figure out who that is.
Madam Chair, can you remind them how to unmute themselves?
I'm not sure how they're,
Star 6.
It looks
Star
like
6 will do it.
that's Gino Whitaker.
Oh, is it Gina?
Gina Whitaker. Okay. It's Gina.
Gino.
Oh, Gino.
It's actually
Gino.
Eugene.
Eugene. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay,
It's Gino Whitaker.
all right, thank you, Gino. All right, this is our July meeting. First order of business after roll call is elections for chair and vice chair. So what we will do is take nominations from representatives for people to run for chair or vice chair. I will ask 3 times if there are any nominations. If there's more than one, then we will have a vote. So at this time, I will open the floor for nominations for chair.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Keith.
vote Annette Alves.
Thank you, Keith. I do accept your nomination. Are there any other nominations for chair?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Steve.
I'll nominate Frank Bergassa.
Frank, do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other nominations for chair? One more time, are there any other nominations for chair?
On that, I would nominate Becky Shackelford.
Yvette, do you accept the nomination?
I'll accept.
You will accept, okay. Then I will ask one more time. Are there any other nominations for chair? Okay, the nominations are closed, and we will move forward with the vote. Would people like to hear some words from people first, or do we just want to vote? I guess we can give a few words. We'll go in reverse order, I guess. Yvette, you want the first? Practice.
I just would like to see our committee move forward, and try to do what we're here to do, represent all the operators in the state. Let's work together with the state as a team, try to eliminate the negative and keep this positive, because it's a good thing that we can work together, active participation.
Okay, thank you. Frank, would you like your words?
Sure. I want to say that I wanted to try and get things moving, get things resolved, work with everybody on the committee, make sure everyone's being represented. We're here to represent the operators, make sure we're doing that, and make sure that we're moving the agenda items along, following up on them, and making sure that we can achieve the goals that need to be achieved for operators, so that they are being represented, and that we can move in a good direction, in a positive direction, and be successful.
Thank you, Frank. And all I'll say is, I'm thrilled that there's so many people running. I know both Frank and Yvette are good people. They are wonderful operators, good Christian folks. I don't know if that means something to everybody, but it does to me. So you couldn't go wrong with either of them. And I'd like to think you couldn't go wrong with me as well. I've tried to keep us moving forward, not let us get bogged down with everything, and try to just keep us moving and work together. So no matter how the election comes out, I pledge to do the best job I can, either as chair or in any other role. If I'm the Toledo rep, and that's my role, I'll do the best job I can for that as well. So let's call for the vote then. Keith,
What am I doing?
voting for who you believe should be chair.
Annette.
Okay, Yvette.
Yvette.
Okay, John.
Yvette.
Frank, or not Frank, Dean,
Frank Bergassa.
okay? Mark,
Eva.
and Frank,
Great.
and I will vote for Yvette.
Okay.
Yvette, congratulations, you are now chairperson.
Congratulations.
So you take over the election now for vice chair.
You can't see?
But she can sit there, or she
No, I'm
can
just
come here, or
playing. I'm just
she can do as she,
I would like to know, do we just choose, or do?
no, you open, and obviously today, any help you need, or any, just, if you don't mind me helping,
I'm just about to ask if you.
Okay, you will run the election for vice chair, so open up nominations.
I'm going to open up the nominations for vice chair.
I'm nominating that.
And I will accept the nomination.
Any other nominations for vice chair?
I'll nominate Frank.
Any other nominations?
Right, does Frank accept?
Oh, Frank, do you accept?
Yeah.
Any other nominations? At this time, we'll do the vote, and I will start with Keith.
Annette.
Well, it would be this.
You have a net, going that way would be a net.
I'll go for me, Annette.
Okay.
And you have Frank.
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 Mark Wood.
Mark.
Annette.
Dean.
Frank.
And John.
Annette.
And you.
Annette. Oh, and I'm voting for Annette.
That's right.
Annette. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Annette, if you don't mind helping me as much as you
I
can.
will absolutely be
I
happy
appreciate
to.
I think our next order of business, if we could move on, was the calendar. Am I right?
Yeah, approval of minutes.
You do need to appoint a secretary.
Oh,
So I would assume Chris.
oh, we're gonna, I would like to appoint, Chris, Saban as our secretary.
I accept.
Now, does that require a vote?
No, you're good. You have the
I'm trying to
agenda
bring it
there.
up, I'm trying to bring it up on my phone.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, that's
I was
okay.
getting a call in.
John, can you see this?
Give me one second.
Approval of minutes.
Yeah, approval of the
Oh, to
minutes.
read off or?
Well, I'm just saying to help us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, good. I got it.
Okay.
That's right. You got approval of minutes.
Approval of minutes. So we need to, do we have approval of our last minutes? Anybody want to make a motion to accept the minutes?
You can do it without objection if nobody wants to make a motion.
And we actually, just a reminder, we actually had two sets of meeting minutes. There was the May 16 meeting minutes, but there were also the minutes from statewide that need to be approved as well.
Okay.
If you can find his number.
And then how does that work? We have.
You can just say, without objection, we can accept the meeting minutes as distributed. And then if somebody has something, they can speak up. But
You were saying that there's two sets of minutes, so there's
Yes.
the May, what is it, the May?
it was the
May 4th, which is statewide, and then May 16th.
Oh, May 4th and May 16th. Without objection, do we want to approve the minutes? Did I say that right then?
Oh, that's right, you're fine.
For May 4th and May 16th?
May 3rd, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
May 3rd, excuse me, May 3rd.
Without objection, the minutes will be accepted.
Without objection, the minutes will be accepted.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, no, that's okay.
Oh, okay, discussion of previous motions and VSBI responses. Anybody want to open it up? Christie?
Doesn't sound like you have any things, so
All right.
we can move on to public comment.
I had one question related to a previous motion. Chris Johnson, Dayton alternate. There was a motion made and passed for the program manager and the chair to make an outreach to other states for a policy and procedures manual.
Yes.
And further, the motion specified that be distributed to members of the committee. I haven't seen such, and so I'm wondering, I just want to make sure that we don't let this drop from the list of our good intentions, right? That we're going to try to keep moving that topic forward, and in order to have a document that gives a clear statement of what our policies are, particularly where this frequently comes up is in matters of both inventory and selection. Those are a couple areas that where policy inconsistencies can cause a lot of bad feeling. And so, Christie or Annette, would either of you like to speak to that question, please?
Madam Chair, I do have a couple from a couple states, and I can send it. We're going to be talking about rules later on, I know, and deadlines, and we can talk further about this. You know, there's pros and cons about having policies and procedures in addition to rules. I just, at this point, and looking at some other states too, it would be a complete overhaul of how we do things. And I think we just need to focus on rules and not have a separate process right now. But maybe after this rule package, like we need a couple years to tease this out. And, you know, some of the other states that I saw, like, yeah, we have policies and procedures, and then they sent it to me. I'm like, no, you have procedures. You don't even have the policy. You know, that's the title of them. And I can send them out. But to get a real look at them, you would also have to look at their rules and then the policies and procedures in relation to that, if that makes any sense.
Understood. And you're right, it's recognized, I think, by most of us that the policies and procedures manual would kind of define some of the minutia that's not practical to address in the ORC.
Madam Chair.
Let's you do that.
Y'all forgive me.
I'm
so used to being you were there. Yes, I'm sorry.
That's Dave.
Dave. I actually,
Yeah.
I somewhat agree with Christie about that. I don't know if we need a whole new policy procedures manual, but I do think that any policy that's in force right now or anyone that might be implemented in the future should be available on OOD's website alongside of the rules, just like the rules are. You can look at the rules online, and any policies that we operate under should be as easily available right alongside those.
Can I recognize myself to speak? I would just like to know, how do we get to more consistency in our selections in other areas? Because we're doing one thing in one area of the state and something different in another area of the state, and not have to deal with situations, being on defense instead of offense when situations arise. So how do, without a policy and procedure, I mean, I know we're rehauling the rules, but we need to keep that in mind when we're looking at the rules, because we wind up swinging from fence to fence because we're not being consistent. So I'm just wondering how we're gonna get to that point without it.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Dave.
I would suggest, and put a lot of effort into making sure the rules cover, you know, the broadest scenarios possible. You don't need multiple policies in addition to one rule if the rule is well thought out. That's just my opinion.
Anyone else? Well, let's move on to public comment. Who did we have?
I had 4 people that had contacted me, Madam Chair. The first one, and I'll do it in the order I received the request. First one was Sabrina Hawkins.
Okay. Is Sabrina on the phone? Sabrina Hawkins, are you there?
Is she on the phone, man?
Yes.
I'm here.
Okay, Sabrina, you can, and is that okay, just say she gets started?
Yes, the floor, yeah.
Sabrina, you have the floor.
Thank you.
For
On
public comment.
June the 5th, which was a Monday, existing activities at the post office had increased. When I arrived to work about 6:55 to 7 a.m., the managers in each of the 4 break areas that I service had given an impromptu set of instructions to their work crew that they could no longer have backpacks, lunch boxes, fanny packs, water bottles on the work floor. All of those things had to be kept in their lockers or in the cafeteria. And their breaks had to be at the designated break time, no sooner, no later. And if they wanted to drink water, to take their medication or whatever, they either had to buy it from the machine or take it from the post office, a stack of water. The workers were physically upset, verbally upset, so I heard a lot of commotion as I made my way through my break area. Now they were talking about no bags, no this, no that. The managers were saying that any one of us could be searched at any time. Our physical being could be searched, our bags or whatever we had could be searched. And I'm walking through that space with the bag liners that had 3 bags on it. One bag for the sports, another bag for plastic, and another bag for cleaning supplies. Out of respect for these rules, I asked, what should I do? They said, put your stuff in boxes, which is what I did. I was in total compliance with whatever we were trying to do. By the next day, which was Monday, June the 9th, I come to work again, 6:55 to 7. There's no microwave in the first break area, no condiment stand. All of the condiments that I put out the last day I was there on a Thursday were laying all over the table. I go to my next 3 work areas, all the microwaves, all the condiment stands were gone. I asked the worker, where's the microwave? What happened to them? She showed me a picture of where they were. I go there, there's a big stack of microwaves on a pallet, like they were getting ready to discard them. The condiment stands were just stacked in the main lobby. And I asked, as the day progressed, these things are in my possession. The state gave these to me. I'm responsible for it. Why did y'all move them? Nobody had an answer. By the end of the day, one of the managers said, well, the bank that we're having here, the theft of this bank mail, they're using your microwave and your condiment stand to hide the money. And I said, well, I've been here since 19, and these people were stuffing the money in their pocket, not in my microwave. That didn't work, so I still didn't get the microwave back. On the 20th, I go around and I'm taking pictures. I think it was the 20th, excuse me, the 10th. I'm taking pictures of where the condiment stands are, so the state could at least be aware of where the property is. Since the property was it was in my possession until the post office took it. All of the microwaves I did were set up in the visitorium, so that people could use the microwave that I had. As a result of what happened, starting on the 5th of June, I've lost sales from my frozen food. That stuff isn't moving at all. I've also lost sales from my other snacks and pops because the people aren't using the break area. As a result of the workers not even being in the break areas on all three of the shifts, people are now breaking into the machines because there's no one there to supervise them. Everybody just walks up front and sits up there, or they stay on the work floor and then walk up front. So on the 20th of June 30th, I received a odd note from one of the workers who said, you need to be careful. Your vending machines are open, and I just took the money out of it. I have been trying to get help from what they call the tour office, which is the, for the employees. I went there and I said, well, what recourse do I have? This man just wrote the note and said he took the money out. I've written him another note and asked him to get it back, tell me which machines are open, et cetera, et cetera. He's never responded. I talked to the man's supervisor, and the response I got was a gallows laugh. It was so ridiculous what I was saying to them about how the man wrote the note. They just laughed. Not a professional thing to do, but I understand the gallows laugh. A lot of stuff is going on in that building. Now my stuff is being stolen because there is absolutely no one there to supervise and watch those breakers. The people aren't even using it. And so the supervisor is going to meet with this guy who said he took the money. And the only recourse I have is, yes, I can call the police, but it's going to cost me a lot of money to fight to get video confirmation that yes, you did take it. Go to court, back and forth to fight over this. It's too little money that I can prove and take. It's a lot of problems there. The surveillance is to surveil the workers from stealing bank mail. They're not so much concerned about what happens to my vending machine, which is obvious when you put those microwave and contact stands out without telling Tanya or anyone else higher up the BBC chain. Okay, that's all I have to say, except that it's very disappointing. And being new to this program, I'm still not clear on where the lines have gone. I'm a self-employed person working on federal property. Who's gonna fight for me? It's been 40 days, and I've watched Oracle and Tanya try to navigate their way through this postal system, and I've seen the post office in less than an hour lower my income with no apology, no anything.
Well, Sabrina,
I get it.
Sabrina, this you're back. So you, thank you for that, and that, can we have a little discussion? Or
Yeah, Madam Chair, it is on the agenda for later, so
Okay.
you can either discuss it now or later at your prerogative.
Okay, let's go on to hear from the others, but I do want to wrap back around to that. Who was the next person for public comment?
Lisa Litzinger.
Lisa Litzinger, if you're there, you have the floor.
She muted?
Star 6 to unmute, Lisa.
And thank you, Sabrina Hawkins. I apologize for your public comment. Lisa Litzinger, you have the floor. You unmute yourself with star 6.
Madam Chair, you can, if she can't unmute, maybe move to the next one. Or maybe
Yes, we can hear you now, Lisa. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, I just want to talk about something that is on the agenda about virtual meetings today. And I've got a government contact in Florida, and they have been doing their government meetings virtually since 2015 or before. he couldn't believe, that Ohio was not only, doing their BEP meetings still in person, but they were doing their government meetings still in person. And the money was returned to the constituents. He is my brother, and he arranged for One Direction, when I first started doing these meetings virtually, he arranged for One Direction, which was a very popular band at the time, to play in Florida and arranged an outdoor event. And there was ribs, hamburgers, hot dogs, and all kinds of side dishes, and it was all free to them. And the property taxes there for a lot of the homes there are $500,000 homes. And the property taxes there are anywhere from $800 annually to $1,300 or $1,400 annually. All this money, and that is a home that consists of kitchen, living room, dining room, family room, sunroom, and 3 or 4 bedrooms in a good section of town. The money in this event, where One Direction plays, they continue this every year now with a different popular band, and all the money was returned to the constituents. By doing our meetings in person, if people have to come from Canton, Akron, Cincinnati, Cleveland, over the course of a year, last year it was $500, because they've got to get a hotel room because it's so far. And then you've got to keep an employee or somebody there all day, and they've got to pay for their time, and it's a lot of miles. Over the course of a year, that is the cost of a new machine. And there's been times when I was operating a facility that I wanted to have Schaefer troubleshoot my machine instead of doing it myself. But I was encouraged to call Schaefer and get technical support from them and do it, because we had to be more thoughtful about the money.
Okay.
If the board of education collapses, there isn't going to be any more math money. It will be on service charge alone. So we're going to have to conserve our money, really.
Okay, Lisa, I'm being told we need to move along, but I apologize for interrupting you, hon.
That's okay.
But it's on the discussion later.
Okay.
On our agenda. So, thank you for your public comment on that. And who's the next person?
Aaron Hopkins.
Aaron Hopkins, you have the floor.
Fix on my phone and mute me.
Okay, hello, everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. The reason I wanted to make public comment was to let everybody know that, I do agree with what Lisa was saying about the virtual meetings, so I'm going to keep it very short. Also, the state of Alabama, they do their meetings virtually as well. And I just want to make one comment that, I do really honestly believe that this is very doable. We could do a practice virtual meeting before, say this went into play and we were going to go ahead and do virtual meetings. We could do a practice one, ahead of time to get everybody aware of how it works and how, the system, just how the system would work. The program that I think most of the states use is called Zoom, and it's very accessible. I have used it. And also at Synchrony Bank, when I worked there, we did virtual meetings, and we literally had hundreds of people on a conference call, and they went very, very smooth. It works very well, as long as you have a pair of headphones on with a microphone, so everything doesn't feed back, and you just gotta mute yourself, just like we do here. And I just wanna keep it simple, If you wanna attend the meetings virtually, you can. If you want to drive to Columbus or wherever the meeting is, you could do so. I just think we should really explore the option and really think it out. And that's it. And thank you guys for letting me have the opportunity.
Thank you, Aaron, for that.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Aaron. The next person?
John McNamara.
That's me.
Okay. John, you got the floor.
All right, let's have some fun. Okay. What I want to talk about is the health of the program. Christy brought this up earlier about, oh, you already have. Yeah. About bad stands and stuff. For 10 years before I got into this program, I did professional imaging. Started as a counter, ended up running a $4 million office with 300 employees. We would do all kinds of accounts, and we would get to work with the district managers to identify what we called inventory anomalies. And this is how you and basically it was a bad facility that was underperforming. And you can do this just by using our big book. This information I'm giving out is in the big book, and it shows, I just did the colleges. You can compare Kennelly's, you can compare state office buildings. There's just one for you, Chrissy.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, what you notice on here, yeah.
It's Christie.
Yeah.
Some people cannot read this, so.
I know.
I think we either need to.
I mean, they could have their spouses read it to them, just basic, but this is just basic information. But like, most of our colleges, you know, it's all vending. I don't know if there's any college still running open food. Anybody know of one?
No.
Okay, so we're comparing apples to apples, all right? We got facilities like Kent State doing a 16% net. He's paying half the service charge of colleges, and he's doing $500,000 in sales. His service charge is half of colleges that are doing $200,000 in sales. Because he's writing off $90,000 in payroll when the next highest college is at $34,000. I mean, there's nothing in our rules that says I can't pay my wife $3,000 a week and have no service charge up in Cleveland. And if other people are going to do it, why shouldn't I do it? We got one facility here making a 1% net profit on vending machines. That's the absolute worst. I mean, some things you can, there's two facilities I noticed where their gross profit is at 41%. And if you're charging $2 for a candy bar, you're charging $1.50 for snacks, you know, $2.50 for bottles of pop. How is your gross profit at 41%? Either someone's stealing product, or they're stealing money from you, or you're not reporting your sales. We have to, and the state has to have the power to address this stuff. Out of 23 colleges, there's really, I consider anything under a 20% net to be a problem. And there's, out of 23, we have 5 that are under those percentages. Some as low as, one of the University of Cincinnati locations is at 13% net, when another Cincinnati location is at 34%. Are their prices that different? Are they buying from different places? This is the information that's available if you just look at the big book. And now we have a situation in Cleveland right now with operator. He bought cargo shorts and work boots and wrote them $700 worth and wrote them off as uniforms. Okay? You know, it's not really a uniform. It could be considered safety gear. You know, this is the stuff when we open the rules that we may want to consider or set limits on. Maybe we want uniforms up to $500 a year type of thing, or uniforms and safety gear. You know, especially if he's buying steel-toed boots, things like that. This is just something to think about for when we do open up the rules and everything like that. But that's my presentation.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can I just add a couple things? One, Amy's going to do an Excel spreadsheet to send to everyone so they have the numbers, what John went through. You know, I agree. I think we need to have a conversation with the rules. The second thing, and it's not on the agenda, but it's related to schools. I was on a phone call yesterday with a school, and they were talking about, you know, like, what are the trends and what are, do we train our operators on the trends? And so it made me think, like, before the school year starts, that maybe we need to get a call of all the colleges and university operators together. Maybe we can invite Vistar, Coke, Pepsi, or just for you guys to talk. Again, Lindsay and I talked about it. I don't think we can offer upward mobility unless we invite everyone and it's equal that way. But it's something that we're going to throw out there if you guys are interested as the school year is about to start. Is that something that might be helpful?
Yeah. Madam Chair.
Yes.
I've been saying this for some time, and I think this is exactly where we want to go, most especially with the colleges and universities. We do need to be proactive and not reactive with trends, because these universities are finding all the nicest, newest things. We can't always give them to them because of finances and other places where our hands are tied, but they are finding them. We're the experts. It is our job to find this stuff and offer things to our customers. And so I think having something like this, and I don't think it should be right before the school year starts, that's too late. It should be at the end of the previous school year, so you have a few months to implement anything new before the new school year begins. Talk about those trends. Look ahead. Look all over the country and see what other universities are offering. That way there are times when we can go to these university offices and say, guess what we can do for you? Instead of them coming to us and saying, we want this, and that's being taught, with their hands down, basically. So, I think that's a good idea, and I also agree with John, it's something we need to look at in the rules, as far as, and I know we've tried, it's a very difficult thing to do. There's a fine line between setting limits and overreaching and taking people's entrepreneurship away from them. But it is definitely something we should look at.
And recognize myself, I'm in agreement on that. Are we ready to move forward with scheduling on a regular meeting?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
John, which big book did this come from? Was it 24?
Yeah, this is the most current big book.
I'm not sure if I have that.
Madam Chair,
Came
I
out
want
in
to ask
February.
if there's anyone else who would like to give public comment.
Is there anyone else, thank you, Annette. Is there anyone else who'd like to give public comment? If not, we can move on to scheduling our regular meeting. And Christie, if you want to.
Madam Chair, I got the calendar here.
Okay.
So again, staying with generally the third Friday of the month. So the next would be August 15th.
August 15th?
Yeah. Liz?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would suggest we just go through and do, and then if somebody has an objection to a date, we can, they can ask for the floor.
And that we don't have to, we don't keep stopping, just let Christie go and let someone else.
Yeah.
We could hold on, we can hold on it. So double check, I'm having Lindsay bring up the calendar for this room, because if we book something and this room's already taken, that's a problem, so I just want to make sure that. For what day? August 15th.
Third Fridays.
August 15th, is it available?
Yeah.
Okay, if you can put a hold on that. So it's August 15th.
Okay.
Then we have September 19th.
We're good on that, Lindsay? September 19th?
Yes. Then we have October 17th. Okay, just so you guys know, the 13th is a holiday, so it would be after the holiday, which is good. I know you guys don't want to do, holidays when it's the Friday before. So October 17th.
But that's after the holiday.
Yep. And then we've got November 21. Now I know There's some conferences and all of that, I don't know when they are.
No conflict with NFB?
No,
That
no.
one, no.
Okay, so November 21st. And then we have,
I don't believe there's conflict with ACB, I think theirs is the weekend before ours, so.
okay, December 19th. And that, the Christmas would be that following Thursday. So I don't know if you guys wanted the 12th, you wanted to keep it the 19th.
Do anybody have any suggestions, or are you all good with the 19th?
Madam Chair, usually unless it's an emergency, we always typically cancel that December meeting anyway. But we do put it on the schedule in case we have to.
And Madam Chair, just, I know we're gonna talk about virtual meetings, but that'll change a lot too. You know, we always have to schedule regular meetings for people that come here to get compensated, but that won't come into play if we're allowed to do virtual meetings.
Okay.
January 16th, but I don't know when the holiday is.
The holiday is the 19th.
So you might-
Holidays that next
Yeah, Martin
Monday.
Luther King is the 19th.
So maybe we do the 23rd?
I suggest the one before that in case we do cancel the December meeting.
January 9th?
19th, you said?
No,
Or
sure.
the 9th?
January 9th?
Okay, fine, whatever you
That
want.
gets us out of the holiday weekend.
Good on here.
Okay, we're good. Okay, February 20th, there's enough.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's after the holiday.
February 20th, we're good, Linz. And March 20th, April 17th, I don't know when Easter is, anyone?
Easter is the 5th.
it's the 5th, so we're
Okay.
good.
April 17th is good. And then May, the 3rd would be it would be May 22nd.
No, May 15th is the third Friday.
It is, but we might, we're probably gonna do statewide.
Oh, with the statewide, yeah.
So I don't know if we wanna keep the 15th or go the 22nd, knowing that statewide is generally the last.
What about the 25th, is that Memorial Day?
The 25th is Memorial
Yeah, we
Day.
don't want the 22nd, no.
Stick with the 15th,
Yeah, I would think so.
and then June, can't do June 19th. That's all.
That's Juneteenth. Yep.
June 12th.
Yeah, the 12th.
Okay. And then July would be July 17th. Okay. Thank you.
Is that all with, we're all good with the dates?
So, Madam Chair, one thing, I will get out next week by Tuesday, a new listing of all of the members of OVRC, the chair advice, and the dates.
Good, that would be great, that would be great.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Chris
Um,
Johnson.
I've spoken with other operators who share my sentiment on this. I'm uncomfortable with the cancellation of meetings. I think that we had every reason to have a June meeting, and we don't. Now today we have a really jam-packed agenda for some things that could have been addressed in a June meeting if we had had one. I am therefore, in that same context, not comfortable with putting December 19th on the calendar with the kind of presupposed intent that we would likely cancel that date. I think that myself and other members of the committee have expressed to me that it's just not responsible to our constituents to cancel meetings that are on the calendar. So I would request that we not plan on a meeting for December 19th, because it sets a bad precedent of canceling when I think that that's something I would like to see discontinued.
Madam Chair,
Yes, John.
I agree with Chris 100%.
Madam Chair,
We should not cancel these unless it's weather related.
Yeah, the safe, public safety is a different matter.
Dave?
I agree with Chris also. And there was another point. Regarding the new committee members and everything, can we include their contact info along with who's the new members of the committee and everything?
I believe they generate a sheet that has all that. The state has.
All right.
I have some. Chris, so are you suggesting just that we don't cancel that meeting, or do we move that date?
pre-plan.
Yeah, I suggest we just take it off the calendar. We go from November 21st to January 9th by plan. You know, and recognizing that there's a lot of vacation time around the holidays, and a lot of people have a lot of things on their schedule. So not a good time to have a meeting.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Annette?
I would tend to agree with that because, as Christie pointed out, I'm hopeful that we will have some virtual plan that if some emergency did come up, it would not be a hardship to do a special meeting at that time. So I like the idea of not even putting it on the schedule.
Did I hear someone else?
Frank, I think.
Frank?
Madam Chair, the only thing I was going to say was, we had a situation in, I think it was 2016, where there was a December meeting scheduled, and we typically don't need them. That is 100% correct, but that year there was something going on at Wright-Patterson which required us to have a meeting. So, I understand what everybody's saying there, but at the same time, if, you know, I think it's some ways, but if you don't want to put it on the calendar, that's fine. We typically do not have a December meeting, but like Annette said, if we have a way to meet virtually, maybe that, for like a special meeting or something, maybe that cancels that out. So, just my thought.
Well, I like the fact just not putting it on the calendar, that way we don't have to do that. But I have a question to you, Annette. Is that something that the committee needs to vote to just take it off?
No, we don't need to, we just set the calendar, I don't think we do.
Madam Chair or Madam Vice Chair, if I may ask, is it generally, after a calendar has been proposed, is it generally ratified by a vote in the room or some common consent? Do you ask for objections or?
Usually we do what we just did and everyone they have an objection, they say it at the time, and we typically don't vote on the
Thank you.
calendar.
And that it doesn't need to be just everybody approves or anything, is it?
No.
We just move forward?
I think we just move forward.
Okay.
Agreed by
The next thing is facility 71710, which I'm thinking, anybody got, which is Ohio University. And I did request to the committee to try to get some changes for this facility. It's a major issue going on. It's just not on the operators. Issues. This campus has been neglected by the previous consultant and by, by the university just doing pretty much whatever they want to do. We did the transition at the end of May. Christy and Sally got to walk through, and I really appreciated the Bureau being there. And they got to see a lot of the issues that I wasn't even aware of when I took this on with this campus. I believe it's the culinary, Christy, I didn't get to talk to you about that. That's driving those, and they the one have these smart coolers, and we're being pulled out of buildings, and they're slapping their smart coolers in place, using somewhat of the excuse that we're not filling, the Coke machines are not being, fixed and repaired, and things that we have no control over. And it's just a mess. It's got all stacker machines. There's no glass fronts on there, and we can't service and serve the students nor the staff with this type of equipment. They're all old. it's basically been over 6 months that Coke, and I know myself and Sally have, contacted them and Coke to come and repair them. But this takes us back to the contract. When we look over the VGA and we look over the contract, the touring rights contract, it's not adequate in order to allow us to be able to do our job. The contract with Coke is not with us, it's with the grantor.
Madam Chair?
Yes. John.
I feel basically the state has to put it to Athens. Athens signed this contract with Coke. They have to get Athens, or, we're not responsible for the equipment as operators. Athens or the state has to get on Coke to get this equipment fixed and quit punishing us for it, really. I mean, that's ultimately who's responsible for this is the university that signed the contract and took out all the nice glass front Pepsis and gave us this.
And Madam Chair,
Dave?
I feel your pain. We just had this exact same conversation about UC a couple of months ago. And your case where you're lacking, completely lacking in
Speech on. Stop. Button. And speech off.
I would agree. The state's responsibility is to deal with the university and come up with a solution, but they're also required to provide adequate equipment, unless I'm mistaken. If they can't get Coke to provide it, couldn't the Bureau provide some glass runs?
Madam Chair.
Christie?
So, I thought this was on to make sure that you're temping it for a year. We are having conversations, I've already had two with two universities about smart coolers, and Sally and I will have a conversation. I know that there is a meeting set up too, we're trying to get Coke. These pouring rights don't say that they have to provide brand new glass runs, they don't say. I'm willing to talk about providing the university's glass runs, but then we have to choose what we're not doing, because it will cost us millions. If we then provide glass fronts to everyone who wants a glass front on a college campus, then we're, Elkton's off the table, we've got to look at some other stuff where we're going to expand. So we've got to be thoughtful. And maybe what we do is we come up with a process where an operator provides the sales data on like their top performing areas. Maybe we look at just looking at repurposing existing Bev Maxes and not buying brand new. We've got to be equitable, because other people are looking and saying, wait a minute, those three guys that you see, they're making a lot of money and I'm on this route and you guys are buying them all new glass fronts to enrich them when I'm suffering. We've got to come up with a process and a thing. What we're doing now, it isn't working clearly. We're always talking about this. We are working with the universities and going to them and saying, we want to serve the students the best that they can, and to do that, we need more variety and we need your help to do this. But also I've heard Coke and Pepsi are trying to get out of this business. And so it's a lot. And the pouring rights do say that they have to provide equipment and maintain equipment, but it doesn't say what type of equipment, and it doesn't say brand new equipment.
Madam Chair.
But maintain, they're not maintaining them. Right now, they're not maintaining them.
Madam Chair, that's the first thing I was going to say, was that the Coke or Pepsi, you could argue at UC and at the University of Athens, they are not maintaining the equipment. You just said a little while ago that they're, pulling machines out, saying that we're not filling them or we're not loading them. Well, we can't fill them and not loading them if they're not in working order. And that is something I wholeheartedly believe management has to, and I think they're doing it, they may have to do it even stronger. Management needs to address OU Athens and even UC to say, look, you guys have the pouring rights agreement. You guys are going to have to be the one to enforce this. Our operators are doing what they need to do. We need you, the grantor, to do what you need to do to get this. And I'm not saying we don't have any issues at any other university, but the two universities that I know about where we have major issues are at the University of Cincinnati and at OU Athens. So it's two different providers, Coke on one hand at OU Athens and Pepsi, and I don't know what the issues are there or why they're like that. It seems to go pretty well at other universities, so I don't know what the disconnect is there, but we need to find it and try and see if we can't get something connected to make this work correctly.
And Madam Chair. That's okay, Annette,
Dave,
go first.
okay, you want Annette go first? Go ahead, Annette.
Two things. One, I think what we need to do, and obviously we need to work out the issue right now, but we need to, now that us doing the beverages is a fairly new phenomenon at these universities. I think we need to talk to our partners at these universities and say, when you negotiate an agreement for pouring rights, we would like to be at the table, because one thing we can point out to them is when you put out your RFP to get a pouring rights agreement, they should have put in there new or like new, or, some kind of qualifier in the for the vending machines. I think the university would love that, because they like having the new and nicest things. I think if they would have thought of it, it would have been there. So little things like that we can point out to them. Now, that doesn't help us today. They're in the middle of these agreements. So we need to try and work that out. I know that we talked about a walkthrough at Cincinnati. Maybe we can do the same thing at OU and pick out some of the machines and work with Coke. Not ever easy to work with in a lot of things, but we do the best we can with that. I know that's part of that thing. The other thing I wanted to do was make a motion that we allow Yvette to continue the temporary agreement until the summer of 26 at Ohio University.
I'll second it.
We'll take the vote. Keith?
And that was
I
until.
want to ask if there's any discussion.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Annette. Is there any discussion?
Oh, Madam Chair,
I'm sorry, Dave, you had something you wanted to say.
That's okay. I just wanted to follow up on something before. It was not my intention to advocate to have all of my glass fronts replaced. And in the interest of priority, if you don't have any glass fronts, you would certainly take precedent over someone who does. I'm not going to sit here and cry over refurbished machines as opposed to new. My only requirement with refurbished machines is that they're functional upon delivery. And they're not maintaining the Pepsi machines any more than Coke is maintaining yours. I just don't feel like the state is doing enough to pressure the university to hold Pepsi or Coke accountable in either case. And that's my biggest gripe with it. In the case where you have no glass fronts, you can't gauge exactly how much money you're losing, but you can make a pretty educated guess about how much you're missing out on.
I would like to say something before we go on and take this vote. Christy, I apologize if I got us off topic with that, but because it is just, when you're temping something, I'm taking this temp on to try to see if we can turn this around. This is clearly a good facility and could be a good facility and income for someone, but there is a lot of barriers that's stopping it, and that is one of the biggest things. Also, with the micro markets that's popping up. When I walked through, Schaefer's was, we're taking the campus cashless. And we walking through yesterday where we had machines in a building, Glidden Hall or whatever. Those machines are gone. Why? Because the Coke machine, and when I talked to the previous operator, I called him, I said, hey, this is on my list. Where's the machines? He said, they made us take them out. They said because Coke would never come and fix the Coke machine, they asked us to remove the pop machine, the snack machine as well. Well, right there where the machines were, there's a micro market. Not micro market, but two smart coolers sitting there. And who's running them? The catering department of the school. Okay, and that's where I see their label on all these coolers. So,
Madam Chair?
Yes, Chris.
Now, my experience is a little bit ancient, but myself and John Canaday opened up Ohio University in 2011, I believe it was, 2012, but maybe. At that time, and I believe since, oversight of the vending contract was the purview of the culinary department.
Yeah.
So we have to recognize that it works to enhance their revenue when our installations fail, and they say they're gonna be removed from, they don't have a vested interest in enforcing the Coke contract, because when they can replace us with their smart coolers, they enhance their revenue. That's the same thing that goes on at OSU when OSU requires the vending operators to comply with healthy vending initiatives, but then in their self-operated facilities, their own convenience stores and so on, and the dormitories and so on, they sell products which are prohibited under our contract. It's the definition of hypocrisy. And it's but I just think that Christie and whichever other staff members work along with her to advocate, recognize that they are looking to feather their own nest, and the department that supervises the administration of the contract is the department that will gain revenue when they replace our installations with their own smart coolers, self-operated.
So, Madam Chair, where are these smart coolers? It's the first I've heard.
And who's that, Glidden Hall?
Glidden Hall.
Glidden Hall and.
And several.
Oh, they're all over the
Airport.
place.
Oh,
The airport,
So-
they're all over the place.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is what the smart coolers, they are the wave of the future. I am, and we've had people that have already requested smart coolers at universities. And, I also had a call, and I just, we had a university that wants to put a smart cooler in, and they were very blatant. They said, we've not had good service, and we need a gap stuff. And you have not proven that you can fill snacks and pop. Now, this isn't everywhere, but that's what we're facing too. The first thing that I want to make sure too with them out of the gate is that they are not putting in smart coolers, and you're right, Mike, we saw it at the airport. Stuff that we can sell in a vending machine. Just like I don't want to buy operators here stuff that we can put in a smart cooler that we can put in a vending machine. I think smart coolers are for, and what they're trying to sell is sandwiches, salads, wraps, stuff that you can't get into a vending machine. And I've seen smart coolers that are like, wait a minute, this we can sell in a vending machine, and we are. So there's a lot of things there. I want to have more conversations about smart coolers going forward, particularly on colleges and universities. And I think as a group, we need to ask an operator when they come and say, I want a smart cooler for some plan, like, what is your plan? What's your plan to be able to do the smart coolers? We have other places and universities and operators that are like, listen, I don't want that. I don't want that at all. And then we have to work as a committee, okay? If they don't want it, is that something we're still gonna pursue and maybe another operator wants? But how are we gonna service it? And we've got to be more thoughtful instead of just automatically taking over smart coolers with no plan. But the competition, once I know this, and we, Sally, when she comes back, we'll get a meeting with OU. Again, I've been on a meeting this week with 2 universities and a consultant on this subject, and said that you need to come to us first before you put a smart cooler in, because that is vending.
Yes. And that was, if I could speak, that is exactly what I'm saying. That them putting the smart coolers right near where the, we can't offer what the customers really want because they're limiting us to offer what the customers want. You know what I mean? We can't put iced coffee. We can't do all those things because you gave us, your Coke contract gave us these stacker machines that, that you can't give the public what they want.
And they don't merchandise it.
Yeah, they can't have it both ways, And I do understand some of the issues that we did see with the servicing of the location. But I think the bigger issue is what's going on with OU and the other, as far as how they are, I think some of it is just an excuse in order to further their agenda. And I did hear that we're no longer under the culinary, and if I remember correctly, and I must say that you all have been great partners in talking, and Sally has been great with working with her and trying to reach out to find out who's our contact, who does this and who does that. So I do appreciate that, and how the, what buildings are what, but I think that the issue is we need, and she tried to set up, and we supposed to set up a walkthrough with Coke, the Coke guy, and us, myself, and then you or Sally or whatever, but we can't get Coke to respond. The guy responded, and then he didn't come back with a date of what was convenient for him. He told Sally we could do a walkthrough, and then Sally reached out right before she went on vacation to him again. So, those are just some of the issues that I think that, if we're gonna, and then basically, again, what is in these contracts, when we get into them with colleges, we need to start making sure, again, I agree with Annette, being at the table when they're going into these agreements, if the Bureau can be, because it's in everybody's best interest, as far as the college and the Bureau. Ultimately, it helps us be able to do our job.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Yes, Chris.
Max, they can see the product that they can't see in the drop cooler. They don't have to worry about the product getting stuck in the snack machine. And I've been doing this stuff for 36 years, and I'm pretty good at keeping machines running well, but there is a certain error percentage, and equipment does wear out. My BevMax at the Corrections Officers Training Academy has 61,168 VINs on it as of Monday afternoon. That's a lot of VINs, $177,000 in sales in the life of that machine. So the equipment wears, and there are problems, mechanical problems with BevMaxes. They are the most frequent source of service calls in my business experience ever since the MBI 2500 came out, and I didn't have to worry about dollar bill acceptors anymore. You gotta be old to remember that. But my point is that smart coolers enhance public confidence that they're gonna get what they paid for. They also create a great opportunity for multi-VIN sales, because once that person swipes the door and opens it, if their buddy's there saying, can you get one for me too? And they do it. And I see this happen with people using the BevMax from time to time, and I know it's going to happen even more frequently if I put a smart cooler in that same place. The advantage is the trust that the customer has, that when that door unlocks, I can reach in and take the product I want, and I am confident that I'm going to get it. I can look at the date on it. If I don't like the date, I can put it back, and then I won't be charged for it. But that is a huge advantage, and it protects the operator from the theft associated with micromarkets. When you've got a micromarket and their customers, you're relying on the customer's integrity to go over and scan things at the checkout station. We know that not everybody scans everything. So you get far less shrink with a smart cooler versus a micromarket. And this is going to increase program revenue, even with the added expense, as long as we're smart about installing them in high volume locations. To Christie's point about glass fronts, I am very concerned about the program placing glass fronts where they're not warranted. I am currently operating a temporary facility where I believe we probably would have been wise to install windows. It was kind of an unknown, but we get into a situation, you cannot sustain a BevMax on anything less than $1,000 a month in sales. So, Christy, if you want to get some glass fronts, maybe we could have operators start tracking sales and replacing BevMaxes that are doing less than $1,000 a month in sales, because it is absolutely unsustainable because of the code date issues. If you do an average $3 VIN price on a BevMax, $1,000, that gives you about 7 to 8 bottles per column on a 45 column BevMax. And so you've got to, that in a month's time, you can't operate a machine that's not turning at least that much and probably more. So, Christie, there are BevMaxes out there under your program right now that probably ought to be repurposed to more appropriate locations. And all it requires is asking operators to report sales on BevMax per month, average sales on a BevMax per month. I can tell you, it's not sustainable to do them under $1,000 a month. I pass.
Jay?
And just, also, I'll be quiet after this, because I know there's a motion on the floor. But regarding the porting rights agreements with the universities, I don't know if you've seen the one between Coke, but there's likely rebates that are given to the university by Coke, depending on case counts purchased. And if you're purchasing all of the inventory, you should be getting those rebates. And I have no doubt those rebates are going to the university, just like they are at UC. If the university is wanting to buy the product, they could have the rebates. But if we are buying the product, we should be getting those rebates, and we're not. And I mean, honestly, universities have no incentive to rock the boat. That's free money.
I got one more thing and then we're gonna move on.
We got a vote, we have a motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Okay, we're gonna take the vote. We'll start with,
What was the motion?
wanna read,
The motion was that we allow Yvette Shackelford to continue to tap facility 717 at Ohio University until June 2026.
Summer of 2020.
Summer of 2026.
okay, and we can take the vote now and we'll start with John.
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
Mark, Frank,
Frank's out of the room, I vote yes.
okay, Annette,
Yes.
and Keith,
Yes.
and I will vote yes. Okay, let's move on, and I did not look at the next thing, I'm sorry.
The next thing is discussion of posting Mansfield 804 and 840 as one or two facilities.
Okay, anybody wanna open that up?
Madam
Madam
Chair?
Chair?
I've been running Mansfield, OSU Mansfield, did 27,000 in sales last year. Absolutely, it's not a standalone facility. It needs, if there's other stuff in Mansfield, it absolutely just needs combined with it.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Annette?
the discussion was, to take, okay, right now, Mansfield, facility 804 consists of rest areas on 23 Wyandotte County that were just remodeled and are inside. There's also some rest areas on US 30 and some other miscellaneous stuff, including Long Air Force Base and a post office and a couple other things. That's that entire facility. The thought was, since the rest area on Wyandotte County reopened, it has actually done fairly phenomenally in sales. And I don't know if those sales got out to folks, but we can look them up and share them.
I could tell you.
But, so there was some discussion as to whether we break off the Wyandotte County rest areas on 23 to make that by itself one facility, and OSU Mansfield to all the other stuff that consists of facility 804 and make that a second facility. I'll be honest with you, I was torn on it. I believe the Wyandotte County one would, for the most part, be pretty good. It's done more in sales than some of our standalone rest areas have already. I think it would get better. I do have some concern about the rest of the route. It would do probably about 130,000 a year in sales.
I'm sorry, Annette, is that the Wyandotte County you think?
No, that's not the Wyandotte County, that's everything else,
That's all the other
including OSU
corridors.
Mansfield.
That's Richland or Mansfield.
It would, all the other
Okay.
stuff plus OSU Mansfield.
Mhm.
Would probably do about 130, maybe 135 if someone wanted to get, really rocked in. But it's kind of spread out, so that concerns me some. I will admit, and I'm torn on it, because even though I'd love to have 2 jobs for people, because we do have people sitting and trainees waiting to sit. Full disclosure, my daughter's one of them. But I also don't want to set people up to fail. So I'm torn. I want to make 2 jobs, but I also want the jobs to be successful. And there's no storage to speak of. There's a little bit at the post office, but I don't think that's sustainable to run a route out of. I don't think the post office would appreciate us running a route out of it. I think the store for their needs is one thing. Having you taking a bunch of stuff in and out of there, I don't know if it's accessible for that. No storage at either location. Someone would have to, have a vehicle driver, storage, all of that for the 2 separate locations. I don't know that that's sustainable. So I'll be honest with you, I was torn. I really am. I want to see 2 jobs, but I don't know if we can do 2 jobs.
Madam Chair, the figure that I have from Sally, and I don't have, and maybe Annette has more information of exactly splitting them the way that could make 2, but I have Mansfield vending route, 142,000, combined with OSU Mansfield at 25,000, which would be 167,000.
That is not the numbers I got.
No.
That's not the numbers.
No, that includes some of the Wyandotte numbers.
That has to include, the numbers that, and Dwayne sent them to me, and I apologize, I sent them out. But he used the numbers from 804 when Wyandotte was closed down, for the year it was closed down. So completely was able to take those Wyandotte off the table, and it came to about 103,000. So when I added that, the numbers that John just reported for OSU Mansfield at about 27 is where I came up with about the 130. And said maybe you could stretch it to 135. So yeah, I did not see that 142 plus 27. That obviously would make it a little more intriguing, but I don't think that's an accurate number.
Madam Chair,
Yes, John.
I feel we shouldn't make any facility that is below our average. That's just gonna drag our average down. I'd rather have 1 good facility than 2 half-assed.
I agree.
Yep.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dave.
Amen to John's
I
point.
agree.
Yes.
And Madam Chair,
Yes.
it's also important to recognize that all we have for a window of the sales potential of Wyandotte County rest areas, which is just 2 machines on 2 sides of the road. They are in the buildings, but it's just 2 machines on 2 sides of the road, right?
Yes.
So I don't think it's at all viable to build a facility on 4 machines.
No.
That's just insane.
For sure.
And beyond that, we only have a picture from the last week of March until the first week of July. And what Dwayne told me was that's $58,000. But that is highly dependent on Lake Erie traffic. This facility, Wyandotte County facility, is set just below the intersection of State Route 15 and State Route 23. So State Route 23 is your going to the lake to fish for perch and walleye road, right? Or have fun at the family's summer cottage. And that traffic completely evaporates in the cold weather months. And I've had conversations with Jeff Toll about this because he's further south on 23. In the summertime, 23 does better than 33 for him. But in the wintertime, it flip-flops because 23 dies a quick death when it starts to get cold. And so it's 20, Wyandotte is not at all, and I've had several conversations with Jeff, a couple conversations with Jeff about this facility, and he absolutely does not believe it's viable to create Wyandotte as a standalone facility. So, and he's on the same road, and I think we know he's the most experienced highway operator in the program.
Madam Chair,
Yeah, yes, Mark?
I attended that 2 years back in 18 and 19. And you notice a heck of a difference if you take Wyandotte, when I picked up Wyandotte finally, because the numbers wasn't that great for Mansfield itself.
Right.
That wasn't with OSU on it either. He said it wasn't there then. But I think that pulling them rest areas out there will be costly to the Mansfield route.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Like I said, I think Elaine and mine and Jeff, I think our intentions were good to have the discussion about it, hoping to make 2 jobs, but I do feel queasy about it. And I do not want to set anyone up to fail.
Yes.
That is absolutely clear, so I am definitely believing that we should just add OSU Mansfield to facility 804 and post it.
I want to make a motion to combine 804 and 840 into one location and post it as such.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We'll take the vote.
Oh, wait, discussion.
Discussion. I keep forgetting that part. Discussion, any discussion? Not hearing anything, we'll take the vote. Start with you, Annette.
Yes.
Mark?
Frank's
Oh,
back.
Frank, I'm sorry, Frank.
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
I vote yes. Keith?
Yes.
Okay. Or do I always vote for that?
No, you don't have to.
Okay.
Unanimous.
Let's
Unanimously.
go to the next, thing. and I'll
The
just-
next is renewal of Toledo Government Center temporary bureau operator agreement.
we'll
Madam
open the
Chair?
discussion. Yes.
Yes, this is the Government Center non-priority location. Jeannie Schneider's ran it for, ever. Yeah, for a very long time. But that is now her temp facility, because she, a couple years ago bid into a rest area. So she's been temping this counter for, since then, and is willing to continue to do so. So we just need to extend her contract. No one would, we did put it out for bid once, nobody bid on it. We put it out for bid today, nobody would bid on it.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Oh, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
John. You are fine. Yes, John. I understand that. I'm not offended at all, because I may have to call you that sometimes
You
myself.
just stated that we have people waiting for jobs.
They don't want open food, John. They
Oh,
don't
it's
wanna
open
work,
food.
yeah,
Oh.
it's 5 days a week.
All right.
And it's in Toledo.
Okay. So we need a motion on that. Somebody need to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to extend the temp agreement for facility
TBOA 4. I think it is 370.
Toledo Government Center, until summer of 26.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? If not, we'll go ahead and take the vote. I'll start with you, Annette.
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
I vote yes. Keith?
No.
The next is the extension of.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Chris.
I want to offer a caveat.
Yes,
I didn't get this in a discussion, pardon me, the thought just didn't come that quickly.
okay.
I've looked at the numbers on this facility. Wages about $42,600, about 20% wages on open food, that's not at all bad. Net proceeds, $20,000. About $200,000 in sales. What we know just from our experience is that means service charge is probably less than $3,000 a year. So is there any way on God's earth that we need to any reason we should maintain a non-priority location at a net loss to the program, because there's no way you're gonna maintain the overhead of maintenance and repair and equipment replacement on an open food facility for less than $3,000 a year.
Madam Chair.
Yes, John.
Christie, do you have their, like, repair and maintenance numbers at all?
Madam Chair, I don't, we would have to look that up. And I hear you, Chris, I do hear you. I will say that, you know, Jeannie's happy, the facility's happy. We're not pouring a lot of money into it. At one time, you know, it is non-priority, it does worry me. But if the operator is happy and is doing a good job and the grantor is happy, I don't know, even if we have to pay a little bit of maintenance and repair every year, you know, that's where I'm just like,
I wish that one of the committee members would make a motion to request of staff a financial report on income and expense related to the facility.
Madam Chair, we can look at it. I don't know if we'll have it today, but we can absolutely look at that.
Well, and looking at it is not the same thing as having accountability to deliver a report to the committee. That's what I'm asking for.
Okay.
And
But the committee would have to
Chair,
make a motion.
Exactly, Chris, what are you looking for exactly? The amount of money that we paid on maintenance and repair?
Well, yeah.
Madam Chair.
Cost to maintain the facility versus the service charge collected. That's the question.
Madam Chair, for calendar.
Yes, Amy.
The calendar year 2024, that's the number I easily access right now for maintenance and repair. So for that facility, it was just a little over $5,000.
Okay.
And that includes maintenance, repair, and moves.
And what do we know for service charge?
Yep, I'll get that.
Okay. I just have one thing that I want to comment on for the facility such as this. And I know we have new people in the program, but I wonder, are we not encouraging people to move anymore to get a job? Because, you know, that's something that that's the way when I came through the program. That's how I got to be here in Columbus, is that you go where the jobs are. And I know that is not always easy as a blind, visually impaired person, but I'm sure that a lot of people in this program have done that. If you want to work, you may have to move. You may have to make other arrangements in order to get the job. Even with us traveling further away to get a better job. I mean, some of us go to our route, our job, we'll drive 2 hours or more to do that. So I'm just saying, I think that would be a problem with getting people to work if we are not doing that. Because we have jobs in different areas of the state and that's going unfilled and it doesn't really have to be in some cases.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Christie.
This is Lindsay.
Lindsay, I'm sorry. Lindsay.
You're fine. So that is definitely mentioned in the training process. I always mention that, you know, if you're willing to move, you'll get more stuff. So people are aware, but I mean, you know, when you go for a job interview saying, will you do overtime? You're like, yeah, of course, I always will. And then when time comes, you hate overtime. I feel like that's what people are doing in this situation.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Christie, and then I'll
So
do you.
I don't even think it's the movie. I think, you know, Randolph Shepherd, and we've heard this nationally too, it is evolved, it has changed. And I know that in here, a lot of people, I know Yvette, you did, I know Annette, I know Chris Johnson, ran cafeterias, worked 60 hours a week, sweat, blood, and tears. The problem is that we have people that come in, and I think that, you know, you guys as trainers too need to tell them where you came from and what you do. I think that they come and they're like, oh, a Kennelly, I can work from home and do all of this stuff from home, and then I have to, you know, I work more in the summer but less there. It's different than running a manned, you know, Monday through Friday. At least it's different, and they don't want it. I mean, I'm grateful to say that 701 went out, and we did have 2 people that bid on it, and that was awesome because we hold our breath. Like, oh my God, what's going to happen when, you know, particularly in a priority location that we can't get. And I still have concern when even that, where people are driving an hour or 45 minutes or think that they can run it from afar. You have have to be present, and all of you were present when you were running your open food and cafeteria, you know that. And I just don't think people coming in have that desire to do that.
Madam Chair.
Dave?
I agree with what Chris is saying, but I also agree with what Christie said too. If the operator's happy, the facility's running good. Isn't there, I wonder if there's a way that we could use that facility as some sort of training purpose? To maybe help new people. Sometimes open food is not this big, horrible, time-consuming monster. You know, if it's running good and it's not gonna break any sales records or anything, but maybe we could utilize it in the form of training. It would be worth, sustaining it.
Madam Chair?
I was just gonna agree with that, that's a good point.
And one thing I will point out, if it's not, Chris's point was well taken about how much does it cost them. If it's not costing us a lot, there is some goodwill involved in this. Even though it's non-priority now, it used to be a priority location. The state sold the building to the city, basically. We thought we were gonna lose it then, and that was Jeannie's permanent job at the time. And we went in and sat down with them because of the commission issue. We said, they're gonna ask for commission. They said, we don't want commission. Where do we sign to keep Jeannie? I mean, that's absolutely what they said. Jeannie's also been on the news for the Clean Plate Awards from the health department.
Really?
Exceptional operator up there when it comes to customer service. And there's still a lot of state government people in that building. The state just doesn't own it anymore.
Anything else?
Amy has a number.
Oh, okay.
Madam
Amy.
Chair, for that same time period of the maintenance and repair, the service charge that was paid was $3,481.
It is $1,500.
If I could just say this again, there's no question that Jeannie has done a great job. I don't think that was I just think that the new operators, and I see that we have a list of people coming in, that during the training, and I think that's an issue that we have to really get through to our new trainees, that they may have to relocate. And I do agree, traveling, trying to run open food, that probably would not work. But to relocate in order to get a job or work, or whatever, in order to, in order to get moving into the program. Because the sooner they do, the more they're, getting credit for what they ran. So the next thing they run, they've gotten something going and getting income. So my phone, you gotta help me out. What was the next thing on the agenda?
The next thing was Camp Perry and Terra State University.
Okay, we want to open the discussion. Anybody?
Madam Chair, it's my understanding, and Johnny Mac, you can help me. Camp Perry, I think you're touching, right?
Yeah.
And Terra State University reached out, and I think we're doing a site assessment, and we would like to continue, if John's okay, to continue to temp Camp Perry, and we could combine them. I'm still not convinced that that will be a facility, but, that's what we would like. I don't know what your opinion is about Camp Perry, if it's even worth it.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, John.
Camp Perry's 3 machines. They have people there maybe twice a month. My best month was $700. They didn't have much there in June. I think it was about $250 in June. So I mean, it's money.
It is.
It's not hard at all. It's very easy to fill 3 machines. It only takes a half hour to do the whole place. They're 3 machines very close together. We have had an issue with a broken machine for a month because Schaefer lost my key.
So,
But
and
we're
what was
still-
along with Camp Perry?
A new college that we don't have yet, that we're doing a site assessment on.
We did the site assessment, did you not get?
No, what was the, I remember that conversation, Sally.
Yeah, and I.
One Bevmac, one Riverside, one
Sally,
5 White
Jeff.
Stack.
Jeff thought it was doable. There was concerned about a building, we wanted to ask about where a dorm is that the university actually doesn't own.
Okay.
I know that was a question.
And at what university is
This is
that?
called Terra State, never heard of it until this week.
How close is it to Camp Perry?
It's about 20 miles from Camp Perry. So, and I had actually said, somebody reach out to John and see if it'd be, because if John's not interested in doing the temp at the Terra State or continuing at Camp Perry, I don't know that we have anyone else who would.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would tempt anything new to see what the numbers are. I have no qualms about trying any, we don't know till we try.
Correct. What is it? It had a small population, but there was nothing nearby. It's a pretty isolated university. Like I said, the one problem was with the dorm. There was a question that I said that I asked Sally to ask legal about it, but she went on vacation. I don't know if she did. A nonprofit owns this dorm and wanted to put their own little micro market in there. And I said, if the university is paying that nonprofit for the space for their students, then that is ours, that it would be part of the university, because the Randolph Shepherd Act, if it's leased or rented, or you don't have to own the building, the state doesn't have to own the building to be part of it. So I asked for some clarification on that to see if that would be part of this, that dorm would be part of this agreement or not. So that may still be up in the air. This may be a little premature then, since we don't have some answers to do this. But for informational purposes, you know, now that we know that John would be willing to tempt it if we could get something there, maybe it's something we just, you know, we can do.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I don't know if Sally being off, can we extend Camp Perry and temping it? I think we need to do that just to dot our i's, cross our t's. Do we need to extend that, John? Even if, and again, at any time you say you don't want to do it, we can have this conversation next month when we have more information about Terra
It's no
State.
problem. I mean, it's not, it's a nice little drive along the lake once a month.
Do we need a motion on
Is
that?
it, when is that?
I signed, it's probably coming up. I signed that back in February.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion to extend the temp agreement for Camp Perry until the end of the year.
Do we have a
Fair. Until,
Mark seconded? Any discussion? Hearing none, let's take the vote. Let's start with Annette.
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
I vote yes. Keith?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Don.
Next thing is,
What time do we have?
it's only a quarter of 11. We got plenty of time. Extension of facility 1068 temporary agreement starts date through December.
Let's open it up. Anybody want to start?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't hear it.
extension of facility 1068 through December,
Stark
Oh.
State.
Stark State.
Facility
Madam Chair.
1068.
Kelsey Berry, are you on the line?
Okay, Kelsey,
Can you unmute and,
I'm here.
yeah.
you got the floor, Kelsey.
Oh, yeah. Well, Jim's there. He knows what's going on. So Stark State is currently being temped, we went in there in March. And, we have combined Stark State with Kent State Stark. And that's being temped by Jeff Squibb right now together. And then, Johnny Mac is temping some downtown Canton sites. The idea is we would like to extend the temp until December, the end of December. We want to post that facility as one facility together on December 1st, and then have a transition by January 5th for the next semester.
Yeah.
So,
Madam Chair.
John?
Kelsey, when you said combine, do you mean combine it with just Stark State and Kent State, or are you combining those two along with everything else in Canton?
Yeah, so I guess I haven't talked to you yet about that.
No, we talked about Akron.
We're gonna, after looking at all the numbers of Akron sites and everything, we have enough in Canton. We do the Canton site, the VA, the county buildings, and the post office, and then Kent State Stark, and then Stark State, to make one good facility. In just the Canton area.
And we have, do we have numbers? Do we have numbers on all this?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would suggest we do this temp, go ahead and extend it longer.
Okay.
And then just, right now we want it posted then until December, so. Madam Chair, I'd like to move that we extend the
I still have more discussion before we make the motion,
Okay. John?
because this affects me, so. Madam Chair.
Oh, yes.
Now, yesterday, Kelsey, we talked and we're putting all the site attachments out in Akron. Why can't we just put this out as a bid now? Why do we have to wait another 6 months? We know what's all going into it.
We don't know Stark State numbers. So, the thought behind that, usually we do schools for a year. This one, I don't feel like we have to because it's not that big of a school. So usually we place machines and then right size them as we go if it's a new facility. This one's a little smaller, but we don't really have the solid number. So, we were thinking the end of December, we'll have a good September and October, 2 solid months. So we can project the sales for Stark State.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
When did the contract begin at Stark State? When did we take?
March. Mid-March.
Okay, so we only got a good month and a half, 2 months at most when school was in session.
Yeah, we had spring break and.
Yeah,
summer, so-
I would still feel more comfortable personally going all the way to letting him do it through December. So we get those more numbers. Plus, someone goes in and sets something up and does all that and it basically just gets summer at a university. That's not really fair either. So, if I may.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I gotta disagree. We know all the numbers for downtown Canton. We know the numbers for Kent State. We are literally gonna hold up, we know 90% of the numbers here. So we're gonna hold up this location. Again, we got people waiting for jobs, including your daughter, that.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I agree with that, John, but I agree with the Nick.
Yeah.
You can't have people go in here and temp a school for the summer and lose money. Nobody's still going to temp anything for the program.
I disagree with that.
I mean, really, I agree with that.
Why did we
And
even
that's
change?
one of
We
the
already
things
had
that
a
we
temp
went in.
operator in there that we didn't need to change out 2 months ago. That's a whole
Not for
nother
Stark
discussion.
State. Not for Stark State.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Not for Stark State.
No,
That
for
was
Stark
Kent
State.
Stark.
That's a brand new one.
Yeah, but we took someone out of Kent State that was a temporary operator, so.
Let's make sure we, Shanna. Any other discussion, and did we have a motion?
Now, I would like to make the motion. I would like to move that we extend the temporary agreement for, what's the facility number?
1068?
For 1068, the Stark State, Kent State combination through the end of December.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Who's that second?
Dean Hamilton.
I'm sorry, Dean.
Okay.
Okay, and, any more discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just suggest, and I'll get with Kelsey and Sally, that when we're talking about this, again, we come with good numbers for everyone to talk about on sales. John, I know you have that. We just need to-
48,000 downtown Canton last year.
Okay. So we need to provide numbers.
I can give you the numbers for Kent State Stark right now if you want.
Yeah.
Blind man looking at the list. Kent State Stark, Canton.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Kelsey?
It was 34,000 at Kent State Stark, 48,000 downtown Canton.
And we still don't know what state start
Right.
state.
Stark State. Well, we know 2 months worth of Stark State.
Well, yeah, but it's not.
Let's, is any more discussion? Let's go and take the vote, and that's.
Yes.
Frank?
Yeah.
Mark?
Yeah.
Dean?
Yes.
John?
No.
Yvette? I vote yes. Keith?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Then I'd like to make a motion that I continue to temp the rest of Canton to at the same time period, so it can all be coming out at the same time.
Any?
So this would be the remainder of facilities in Canton.
I'll second that.
Okay. And, any discussion?
Yeah, what was that motion again?
He made.
The rest of Canton that I'm running, that
Yes.
it runs on the same date, so that they all come open at
I
the
got
same
it.
time at the end of the year.
Okay, now I got it.
So this would be the remainder of the Canton facilities, correct?
It's a separate Canton facility. It's under 1002 right
Okay,
now. It's part of facility 1002, but it'll be broken off.
Any more discussion? Okay, let's take that, the vote. Let's start. Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
John?
Yeah.
I vote yes. Keith?
Yes.
All right. So we got that. We'll continue to, yeah, we can make that on the phone.
Next thing is
Off my agenda.
combined Tri-C East, Metro, and Post. I'm not sure what Post is.
Who wants to start that? Is
Oh.
Kelsey? We open the discussion, combining Tri-C East and Post.
Well,
And Tri-C.
Madam
Metro.
Chair, it's Tri-C East and Tri-C Metro. Combine those two and make them one facility and post it.
Okay.
Oh, and Post, got it.
You're fired.
That's
No, I'm just
okay.
kidding.
I was thinking the same thing. What is post? Is that something
No, that's what
new?
he said, what's Post?
What is post?
I could have wrote that a little better.
All right.
We have Madam Chair, Anne Marie, are you on here?
She was.
I have Tri-C Eastern at 88,564, combined with Tri-C Metro. See, I don't know if this is just Tri-C Metro on its own at 121,989, or that includes the 88.
I'm sorry, what was the first number?
88,564, and that's Tri-C Eastern.
Okay.
Combined with Tri-C Metro. I think Tri-C Metro did 121,989, but we're gonna verify. So that would be a
We're on
nice
the,
facility.
we're on the bottom.
Yeah.
Very last item.
Very nice facility.
Anyone else?
Hold on.
Okay.
Madam
I
Chair.
have I have a question, please.
10:57 a.m.
Chris Johnson, Dayton alternate. When I looked at the big book for Tri-C Eastern and Tri-C Metro, the sales that were attributed on Tri-C Eastern were 45,000 under the operation of Mark Messick, and then 28.6 was attributed to Metro under the operation of Brian. I don't know Brian's last name.
Russ.
Right. So, to me, I only see $74,000 in sales there, and so was Tri-C Metro open just in the middle of the year, or was
Tri-C
there?
Metro's been new. We've always had Tri-C Eastern. We've always had that. We just went into Tri-C Metro, and Brian Rust has been temping it. It hasn't been around, I don't think, for a full year.
So that would account for the small sales in '24.
Correct, and so Amy's bringing it up right now.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Amy.
I'm not for sure what timetable everyone's looking at. I just pulled, like 12 months year to date, so it'd be July 2024 to June 30th of 2025, and those facilities combined, so it's 403 Tri-C Eastern and 1058 Tri-C Metro. Total sales were $206,450.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
All right, a couple of questions. One, is there storage available at either campus, or both, or when someone requesting to get off-site storage? Either way, you need a vehicle driver, but I'm just asking if there's storage as well. You know?
I don't know offhand.
Okay.
Sorry.
And are there pouring rates agreements for Tri-C?
Yes.
is this the one that we're?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Don.
Is this the Tri-C that's part of, with LCC, the Lorraine County Community College? I'm asking somebody from the state.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Amy.
I don't believe so. Tri-C is located in downtown Cleveland, if I could be mistaken.
Madam
Well,
Chair,
not
there was a
downtown,
branch
sure.
of Tri-C that did go with LCCC. But that's not part of this, that's like their Western or something like that. And you're right, it did have a pouring rights agreement as part of that, so that does answer the question.
I have a question. So it doesn't have a pouring rights agreement, or are we just doing snacks, we doing pop?
Not doing it good. The Madam Chair, the Tri-C that's with LCC has a pouring rights agreement.
Okay.
Tom, the new guy, is running it, and he has to serve Pepsi at one college and Coke at the other college. I don't know exactly which way it goes, but yeah.
Wow.
But
Yes,
Tri-C
exactly.
Metro doesn't have a pouring rights agreement?
I think they do.
Okay, we just don't, we're not sure what it is. So, did we have a motion? I'm sorry.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Not at this point.
I move that we combine the Tri-C campuses, Metro and Eastern, into one facility and place them.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion?
There is pouring rights, Pepsi.
Pepsi? Okay.
So John seconded?
Yes, sir.
Yes, John made that. So let's vote. John,
Yeah.
Dean,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Frank,
Yes.
and Nat,
Yes.
Keith,
Yes.
and me, I vote yes. Help me out in that, John. which one's the next?
Chris took his list back.
Oh.
Next page.
The next item on the agenda, Madam Chair, is other possible site attachments.
And Nat, you wanna?
I put that on there, I know there were two actually that you had put in, Yvette, and I think there's a couple others out there. There's, the state,
And Nat, did we?
Madam Chair.
Yes, John.
Just to make everyone aware, I had a discussion yesterday with Kelsey. As soon as she gets to it, we're gonna put out pretty much everything that I am temping between Akron, Salem, Orville, Worcester, as site attachments. So that's at least, there's about $130,000 worth of business coming out in site attachments for the Akron area. That's what I'm aware of for other site attachments about to come out whenever Kelsey gets them posted.
So, Madam Chair, this is where I'm confused. And I know that Akron stuff was talked about, John, and there's been a lot of conversation. Is it one of those things where we're gonna get numbers and we can talk about it next month, so it can be a motion to put them out as site attachments? Because we can't just put them out because you and her decided.
Well, that's what she told me. She discussed that with Dean and
I know.
Tom and then inform me of what they were going to do. Originally, she wanted to move it from me as a temp agreement to somebody else as a temp agreement, which to me makes no sense of transferring the machines, the credit card readers and everything. So,
The only reason was because they were gonna be shut down. That was the reason for that. But I think, I agree with like just putting these out, but I think we need a.
I mean, she has all the sales numbers.
Kelsey?
Yeah, I sent you all the numbers yesterday, Christy. And then, so the reason why, what we did, and Dean could talk on this, as a local committee, we have an operator in the area that their rest areas are closing in September. We offered that operator to offset his loss, if he would be interested in temping all the Akron sites as a whole. He turned it down, and so we're gonna put him out of site attachments.
Right. I agree 100%.
Or that's what we hope to do. There's not enough to make a job out of that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I do have to ask, is there anything else being temped in that area that could be put with? To make, but 130 for a route they spread over that far does not a facility make. I will agree with that.
That's why we're doing, there's,
But is
Madam
there
Chair?
anything else being temped, any other things on the horizon that could be put with those?
John?
Madam Chair?
That was, hold on, Kelsey, that was part of our discussion yesterday, that there was nothing else, there was no other future plans in Akron to hold them for other locations or anything, that they are what they are, and we want to resolve the temp situation, so let's put them out of state attachments.
Okay, Kelsey?
That was what I was gonna say, there's nothing else.
Madam
We
Chair.
were kind of holding all those site attachments in this area until we got Stark State to see what we could put together as a job. And this is how it worked out. We do have just a local, the Stark State.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Kelsey. Yeah, Dean?
I just wanted to say, that, boy, pretty much, help me out here, John. All the temping downtown Akron started right around 2020 or 21, okay? And a lot of the Akron Canton operators are just getting pretty frustrated that they're still being temped, and it's like, come on, get them out there as attachments. You follow me?
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
John?
A lot of, first I'd like to say, a lot of Akron operators gave these locations up, including you yourself.
Well,
I mean,
that's right.
Aaron, Jeff,
right?
Nobody wanted to run these.
Right.
Nobody. They offered us the call center with 90 people in it, and everybody absolutely refused it. 911 call center where they're locked in for 12 hours and aren't allowed to leave. I have 2 machines in there that did $18,000 last year. That nobody in the Akron Canton area thought it was worth even trying.
And
I have not taken any business for myself. I have not held any business. I have been advocating for these to be put out of site attachments for more than a year.
And Madam Chair.
Yes. Dean?
No one's blaming you, John, for anything.
That's
I
what
mean,
that's what
a lot of people gave up stuff because, as we all know, when 2020 happened, all the government workers weren't working from the buildings too much anymore, and the sales were a joke, and it just got to a point where certain people just said, they were done with it. But, yeah, we all knew some of the sales would be coming back after we got past 2020.
John?
I didn't get these until 2022.
Okay.
I didn't get half of them until after 2022. From 2020 to 2021, I was temping the stuff in Cincinnati and stuff. I was on the other side of the state.
I think we can move forward.
Madam Chair?
Yes. And
I would like to move that these various sites in Akron, Worcester, is this all facility number right now? Is it all one facility number?
Well,
right
no,
now?
because part of it's also Canton that we're
Oh, okay,
breaking
never mind
off
that. I
and
won't
stuff.
use the
That
facility number.
there's 3 different facility numbers, actually.
Okay, never mind that then. Then I would like to move that the various sites in Akron,
Worcester, Orville,
Orville,
Salem.
and Salem be put out as site attachments.
I second that.
You got a second? Any discussion? Any more discussion?
Madam Chair, I
Yes,
just want
or-
to add a Columbus facility. The operator asked for it to be posted as a site. It is facility 1076, is the Attorney General's office, downtown Columbus. She's been operating it for 3 months. March, it did $189. April, it did $1,000 in gross sales. May, it did $900 in gross sales.
How many machines?
There are 3 machines, but one's a snack, one's a pop machine, and then the other one is a micro bin for the coffee K-cups.
And Madam Chair, I'm confused. We gotta first talk about the Akron ones. Like, we gotta vote on the Akron ones. But are you suggesting that we add this, we can't add this to the Akron?
Well, I just thought since the other ones were different facilities, that they were just gonna.
They're all site attachments, they're not blended into a facility, so.
Yeah, okay.
So he,
So you want to add this as a site
a site
attachment?
attachment list.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just put it on the list
Put it on
of
the
those
list.
that we're.
I'm sorry to confuse.
And then we also have the 2, Madam Chair, that you wanted to remove from your facility.
Yes.
Okay, so all of them.
So, Madam Chair, I would like to revise my motion to include the site in the Rhodes Tower in Columbus and the 2 sites to be removed from facility 5, what is it, 514?
What's the number?
No,
Oh, you talking about mine?
Yes.
542, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
So I would like to revise my motion to include those 3 sites as well, if John will.
I second.
Okay, and who second? It was
I
John?
still second, I agree.
Can I respectfully request, Mrs. Straight, what is the issue with that 20th floor at the Rhodes that you're not interested in doing it?
I'm sorry, I was, sorry about that.
Okay, as I understand it, there's a facility or a location within the Rhodes Tower
Uh-huh.
that you are wishing to see bid out as a site attachment.
No, it's a new, it was a new floor. It's
So
not
it wasn't
attached-
attached to your facility in the
No, it's
beginning?
not attached to
Oh,
my
okay,
facility.
okay. It could be.
It could be.
All right, okay. But now I understand. Pardon me, I didn't understand.
Madam Chair, what's the ones that you're?
What'd you
on
say,
your,
Mark? I'm sorry.
What's the one on your site?
It is the ODOT, little site. It's a combi that I have to ride for over an hour in Perry County. And it's a handful of people in there. And then over an hour to get to it. And then the, around the corner from that, they had a dental school that used to have, I guess, at one point, Job and Family Services, but they've been, since moved out, when I took over, they were already out. And we have 2 full size with 20, maybe, they can have up to 20 students in there, but they don't. I don't think we really need to have machines in there, because they really don't. But, you know, it is what it is. But those are the 2 sites that I want removed.
Do we have anybody near there?
The Hawking College, whoever's doing Hawking.
French, Joshua French.
Any further discussion on, because we have a motion on the floor, right?
Correct.
Okay. If there is no further discussion, let's take the vote. And that,
Yes.
Frank,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
John,
Put them out.
Yvette votes yes. Keith?
Yes.
Okay. What time are we at now, guys?
We're at,
You're only 12 after 11.
Can we take on, we're gonna do one more to see what's our next thing?
The next one is facility 486, or 466 issues.
That's
Okay, that's the
Sabrina
Sabrina
talking.
Yep.
Okay, who wants to open that up or
Matt.
Frank? Okay.
Yes. So, you know, and I, first time I heard about this, I don't remember what, but I had contacted Orville to just talk to him about something, and then he told me, you know, there are a couple things going on in my area. One of them was Sabrina and the microwave issues and everything, and my initial reaction was, man, we gotta fix this right now. But then it got more complicated than that, and, and I think, and then, at some point, Tanya had mentioned it to me as well, after Orville had mentioned it to me, I'm like, we've gotta find a way to fix this. And I also, at June, I don't remember the exact date, but I know in June I did, probably late June, I did send an email to BEP management, everybody, I think Christie, Orville, Sally, and copied Sabrina on it, and the business consultant and all of that, basically asking that we get a meeting set up and schedule a meeting with the grantor contact, so that, and, ask for the program manager, area manager, business consultant, local OVRC, and of course, the operator to be in attendance at this meeting to see if we couldn't get some of this worked out. On June 27th, I believe, there was a facilities update call. Orville was on the call, Tanya was on the call, and myself and Dave. We did talk about facility 466, and Tanya said she had been working to try and get a meeting with the grantor set up at that post office, but they had been non-responsive. They won't return emails, they won't return phone calls, they won't return voicemails. Orville, at that point, said he was gonna reach out to a contact, I think he said DC, and he also said he was gonna try and reach out to the contact he had up in the Cleveland post office, lady up there who's very familiar with our program. Haven't heard anything, so my assumption is at this point, until I hear differently, is that nothing has changed, and Sabrina, as we heard this morning, is still in that, same situation that she was in. And like I've said before, I don't know how people would be hiding money in microwaves or in condiment stands or whatever, but that's not a vendor issue, that's not a BE program issue, that's a post office internal issue, and they should be able to resolve that without pulling our equipment and without pulling our equipment, microwaves or microwave stands, which, and without notifying us. And I will say, this is not the first time Sabrina's had an issue at this post office, which neither one of these was her doing. They had an issue a few years back, something to do with moving her cage, and just basically said something to her about pointed and told her to move or get out or something like that, so.
They kicked her out the first place.
Yeah, well, they made her move, and, the way it was presented to her was it sounded like they just told her to get out, and I'm like, you can't do that. So, I don't know what the issue is there or why there's an issue, because Sabrina, I can tell you from her numbers, she does her job, she goes to work, she works hard, and we need to do everything we can to help her, whatever we can, from the committee standpoint and from management standpoint, to try and get this resolved from her. This should not be happening, and she shouldn't have had to wait till this meeting to try and get some help, but we need to do everything we can to try and fix this.
I want to stop for a second. I want to make sure, does everybody on the committee understand the situation with facility 466? What's going on?
Yeah, what she explained today.
Okay. I just wanna
Microwaves
make-
and condiments.
They've taken all of her equipment, and from my understanding, I've talked to Sabrina, she contacted me, as far as she just felt helpless and hopeless and that nothing was happening. But since that conversation, all the microwaves are missing. And I don't know if the post office has found any of this equipment that they put on. Yes. And so I just want to find out an update from the Bureau. And I've talked to Orville as well about this situation. Is any update as far as where the equipment is and what's going on?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
yes, I did reach out to DC to help with trying to get a meeting set up. I did send her a couple emails. She did get in contact with the assistant plant manager who called me. He didn't want to respond in writing, which I understand. I did explain to him what was going on. He did not know that the state owned the microwaves or the condiment stands. He was not going to go into what was going on. He just said that, they had the fence there because there is some employee misconduct. I did tell him that at the end of the day, it seems unfair that the microwaves was taken out. Then we talked about, well, they weren't taken out, we just moved them to the cafeteria. So I explained more of the program and that we have 2 operators there. And so he pretty much understood that. He did say that it's above his head. He didn't make the decision. We do know where the microwaves and microwave stands are. And that's because Ms. Hawkins sent me a few pictures of where they are located. The thing is, I don't want to tell that man that I know what's going on allegedly, because he didn't tell me out of his mouth. But I did tell him that I will continue to call him, which I've been talking to Sabrina weekly, getting updates about, what's going on, is there any, traction or anything like that on her end. So the most that I can say is that we're still working on it.
Madam Chair.
I don't know who was first.
Go Dave first.
Dave.
So basically, almost nothing's happened. We talked to a guy that won't put anything in writing, and won't say anything, and so we don't know any more now than we knew before. But I thought that grantors were not permitted to move PE equipment.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Dave is correct. I mean, there are some times that grantors do move them. I think when it comes to the microwaves and microwave stands, there's nothing on these that say that they are OOD. Because I want to say when everything changed from anything under $1,000 that the BE stickers were removed, again, there wasn't nothing to identify that it was ours. Now the guy knows, and I was hoping that Thursday when Schaefer was there to replace the equipment, that they would reinstall them, because I did tell the grantor that would be a perfect time to utilize our third-party contractor to put the microwaves and stands and stuff back in there. Granted, he didn't say yes, but Dave is right. Not much happened. I do plan to, go there, but that plant manager is working overnight because that's where the stuff is happening overnight. So that would make it tough to have that one-on-one meeting. But again, I will continue to reach out to DC to let them know what's going on and that, it's not okay. And I found out about this, just to throw this out there, from Mark, the other operator. And when Mark told me about it, I had called Sabrina and was just like, hey, Sabrina, like, what? You knew of this? She said, yeah, I knew of this. And I'm just like, well, why didn't you let us know? And she was honest and said that she didn't trust that we'd do anything. And I'm just like, I would do the best that I can to, help this. But I don't know what I don't know. And I can't do anything if I don't know anything. So again, I'm still working on it, and I will continue to work with the local and Sabrina to try to get this resolved.
Madam Chair.
1 second, Frank. Who was that?
Chris here.
Chris.
So this is not the Dalton Street Post Office, this is another building? Another post office?
This dog. Madam
Okay,
Chair.
well, I thought Mark.
It's a shared building.
Sharon Bill. There's 2 operators there.
Okay, but okay, Dalton is where Mott's at. Okay, because I was just wondering that Mott's experience would be reliable if we had his input, but it doesn't sound like it's happening at that facility. It's happening at what I believe I just heard Frank say is the Sharonville Post Office.
Yes, that's correct.
What used to be referred to as bulk mail.
Frank.
Okay.
Frank.
Orville, did you say the person you were speaking to was the assistant plant manager?
Madam Chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Any chance we can get a hold of the plant manager? But we're gonna have to talk to somebody, especially if this guy won't put anything in writing. Or do we think we have our best chance with him? I don't know, and you said, he also said it was out of his hands, correct?
Madam Chair, that is
Yes.
correct. And when I do my follow-up to my contact in DC, I typically have her copied in the emails. I would share that, I had 2 conversations with the assistant plant manager, didn't really get anything accomplished, and we need to make a move on this.
Okay, I would like to.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Who's that?
it's Tanya.
Okay, Tanya, go
The
ahead.
plant manager's name is Brian Bull, and I think you're gonna get less cooperation with him. This is just my opinion, because he is the person that was walking through the Sharonville post office. And he's the one that told Sabrina, you need to get all your stuff out of here, put it in your truck and move it, we need it. So I've had run-ins with him in other locations. He is not
Program friendly?
cooperative in any way. So when I talked to the assistant plant manager, I just happened, so on the 6th is when the 9th is when I found out about this. Because the 6th I was off, and like Orville said, the 9th, Mark Aldrich, the other operator that was out there, called me in for a service call or something. He's just joking, and he said something about the microwaves, and I'm like, wait, what do you mean? So I just found out about it on the 9th. I called Orville. I went out there on the 10th to see if I could find somebody, which I couldn't originally. I was actually heading upstairs to the offices when I ran into the assistant plant manager, because he stopped me and asked me if I had a badge. And I said yes, and I explained to him who we were and why I was there, and I told him about the microwaves and the stands being ours. I said, that is state property and you can't just move it. I mean, I said it very politely, and we exchanged information, contact information, and he said he was going to talk to his evening maintenance person that was in charge of, I guess, the project of moving this stuff, and that he was going to get back to me. I didn't hear from him for a week, so I called him. But going to the plant manager, and we can try, but I think you're going to get less cooperation with him.
What I don't understand is, this could have been resolved with just mounting, and I suggested this to Orville, and I said it to Sabrina, mounting the microwaves to the wall, where you can't put anything under, and did you give that plant assistant manager, and I understand it's above you, but everybody got a boss, even the plant manager has a boss. This is a facility. I mean, what if they start doing this, because my husband works at the post office, and this stuff and all this stuff, this is not nothing new to the post office. They just recently had something here at Citygate, okay, to where they walked out a whole bunch of employees because they were stealing. They had a whole ring going on. So are we gonna just sit back and allow our facilities? They took Sabrina's, all of her microwaves, basically pushed her business into another facility, another operator's location. And so now she's losing money. What if we start having postmaster assistant, whoever made the decision, things happen, and it's happened at some of our other post offices. We allowing it to happen at one, I can guarantee you, because some of these guys run more than, or overboard in one area. Her income is being affected. So I understand that, some of these folks, we're there under the Randolph-Shepard Act. We are following our contract. They have to follow theirs. And go ahead.
I had sent an email, after I got in touch with the assistant manager. I had been trying to call him several times a week, got voicemail was full, couldn't reach him, and I started emailing them, and I even put in the email, asking them to put the microwaves back, and maybe we could look into microwave stands that didn't have a cabinet underneath, or this something, looking for an alternative that would allow us to put these microwaves back on the thing. But from what I understand, I think Sabrina's still on here, there's one frozen food machine in her facility. And I think some of these microwaves mostly are there for convenience of people to heat up their food, and they're not heating up their food, so they're not buying a snack and they're not buying a drink. So
I'm sorry, Tanya, I didn't follow that. What do you mean? If there's no microwave there, how can they heat their food up?
She's
saying it's only one
cold.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay.
But I did suggest and offer to the post office, we can look at other alternatives to allow those microwaves to be put back there, but I never got any response to this day, he called Orville, but I've never got a response to email or, well, I can't even leave a phone message because this thing's always full.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Dave.
I think it sounds like a pointless effort to try to develop further rapport with the assistant manager if he's not the one that initiated this. Thank you for pointing out the obvious, that everybody has a boss. Whoever this plant manager is, and regardless of how uncooperative he seems to be, we need to find his boss. It's a waste of time and putting Sabrina in a worse position financially. The longer it goes on, trying to talk to an assistant manager that won't say anything.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Chris Johnson, alternate from Dayton. I asked Amy when I got up here to see if she could look at year-to-year comparisons for the month of June, since Sabrina reports that this happened in early June. Just wondering what this implies about the lost sales revenue. Has she submitted a junior law yet?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Amy.
Yes, so June of 2024, so last year her sales were $11,305, and this June they were $10,183.
So down about 12%. 10,183. Okay, so she suffered a significant financial loss, and I think it's helpful to us to quantify, in terms of the importance. She's still got something close to 90% of her business volume, at least in the month of June. But I don't know if Sabrina's online, whether she could speak to the question of what her July sales are looking like so far. And it's not adequate, I'm afraid to say I'm losing money, but we really need to know kind of how great the impact is, if you would please, Sabrina.
I'm not sure. Is Sabrina still on?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I know she did have an appointment and they told me that she wouldn't be able to be on.
What I was.
Oh, but she is
Oh,
there, okay.
there you
good.
go, Sabrina.
Good.
Did you hear the question, Sabrina?
Yeah, he wanted to know how things are looking for July.
Yes.
Right now, I'm in week 3 and I have $6,899.60 in sales. And I've spent probably $361.77 on stock, so half of what I made. I don't think they're looking very good because we have set issues. I'm gonna sit down here this weekend and try to figure out how much money that I can't account for, how much cash I can't account for.
Are they getting into your machines, getting
Yes.
into your safe?
They are.
How do they have a key?
I talked to one of the chamber workers who was installing the new machine, and I asked him specifically about the ability of a person to break in. It's easy in some ways if you know what you're doing, and vending machine theft is easy for people who are used to stealing. And there are people who work in that building who have worked as vendors in the private sector. So when the fellow wrote me a note saying their product that money was being taken out of it because the machine was open, I routinely double check and check that they're locked before I leave.
Well,
But my machines are locked.
do you have alloy locks, or do you have the locks that came from Schaefer? The barrel locks. If all you've got is the barrel locks that came from Schaefer, those keys are readily available. And so I might suggest that perhaps the situation with the theft could be resolved in large part by getting alloy locks on those machines.
Well, if I,
You have to talk to Tanya about that, because I don't know about the lock.
I would believe that would be something that we would take seriously. If someone's getting into the machine, and if that could be a solution, that's an easy solution, but the problem is still not resolved as far as the situation. And, I think that we need to go also hire up Chrissy. Are you willing to have a meeting and call, because I think that we need it needs to go up higher the food chain to pull these people in and let them know And I suggested a letter from the attorneys to let them know that we're serious about, we're dismantling, our business and snatching our equipment for an issue that our operators did not create. It's not an issue, they didn't take the employees' lockers away, but they took the microwaves and stuff and equipment that helped her business. And I understand that, it's food, but if employees wanna sit and relax and you sent most of my business up front, most of them gonna go up front where they can get their food, get their snacks, and go and sit down and warm their food up. Why sit in the back, buy the food from back here, and then gotta walk up front to heat it up? They're not gonna do that. They're gonna just go buy all their stuff up the other business. So you're pushing her business away. So I'm just saying, if we can get a meeting, I think that there's more things that could be done that we don't have anyone to suggest it because the assistant plant manager don't want to be called on the carpet for it. So we need to be talking to someone, and even if this guy is difficult, which I understand, but even he has a boss.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Annette.
I suggest that we reach out. I know the Bureau has looked a little bit at nationally, trying to reach out higher, but maybe reach out to Terry Smith.
Yeah.
He may have a contact in the post office, in fact, I'm sure he does, works with Randolph Shepherd, works with us at the national level, and be able to contact him and get hold of that person and see if there's anything we can do to resolve this, because it doesn't appear anything's gonna happen locally.
And who was next, Frank?
I was gonna say the same thing she did, and that was, yes, Terry Smith, and my other suggestion was, would it even be, isn't Nikki Gakos in a post office?
He is. And Madam Chair, I've done presentations with national folks at the post office level that I know that they are in contact with, where we've talked about what Randolph Shepherd is and stuff like that. So I know they have contacts at that level. So I suggest that Christy reach out to Terry and explain the situation and see if he can put us into contact with the right person.
Well, seeing the fact that she's moving, I think that this stuff, we should have been, let's move forward to do those things, and I think that some of them should have been done, even some of these suggestions, because it's urgent,
It is.
And the longer it goes on, and the issues the post office has with these employees, that's not gonna go away. They don't just get to dismantle our business because they hired some people they can't control.
No, Madam Chair, like I said
Yes.
earlier, that's something they have to deal with. That's an internal issue, not a business enterprise program issue. Our people aren't doing it, and it shouldn't be effective.
But they're making it a business enterprise.
Yeah, well, it is now. Well, it is
Yes.
because they're messing with one of our facilities and one of our vendors, and it's not acceptable, not the way they're doing this. So, yeah, and if we need national help to get it resolved, that's fine with me. Whatever will work to help her. But I don't want her to continue to keep, losing money like this. Nobody, and, you can't just take someone's business and give the majority of their business, and it wasn't nothing the other vendor did, the post office did it, but the way they went about this was awful.
Well, Madam Chair.
Yes.
You've said it 3 times now, and you're 100% right. I feel like they're treating her, the plant manager's treating her more like an employee than anything else. But even he has a boss because he's an employee also. That's what we need to pursue. Someone over him that can explain to him that what he's doing is inappropriate.
And Christy, is it possible that our attorneys could reach out to send a letter to who signed the contract with the BGA, with the Bureau, stating that, all of these violations and things are happening as far as what our rights are and what we're, I'm not saying doing with guns blazing, but you know what I mean? We should be able to, I think we need to get your involvement more and reaching out and trying to push even our attorneys involved.
Madam, so, to continue what Orville said, we have tried, it has not produced anything. So we're going to, I'm not dealing with the local people. I'm going straight to DC, and we will find a contact and a letter. I think the letter comes from me first before we involve the lawyers. I will tell you that we do have a permit, and it does have, which is great, has those microwaves in those break areas. It also says we run a cafeteria here, there, and a lot of other stuff.
Right.
The contract and permit was signed in 2002. So I am convinced that there is no one probably still around. Ben Green was the SLA person that signed it. But I also told Sabrina that I or Orville would reach out to her weekly to give her an update. And even if the update isn't what anyone wants to hear, she deserves an update on where we're at, what we've done. So, but we will be on this on Monday, and
Madam Chair.
and if I don't get anyone, then I can reach out to Terry.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Christine, you guys will follow up with Terry Smith on it.
Yeah, I want to give it one more shot, and then we can reach out to Terry.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I do want to add that, Ms. Hawkins did say that a lot of people, lost their job. So I know that she had a decline in sales, and that right there could be part of that decline as well, because, she noticed that there's not that many employees there. I mean, granted, we're still going to do what we can, but, yeah, she said a lot of people lost their job because of this investigation.
Well, not knowing the details, I just want to make sure that we are making sure we're protecting employees, because again, we're in those issues all over. If they're having issues at one, you can guarantee they're having it at another. And if we do not be proactive and being on offense, we're gonna always be on defense and trying to run around fixing these issues. These people have to know that if there's an issue, they're gonna come to you all, and we'll work together before they start just dismantling our facilities and affecting our operators' income. Anyone else got?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll just second what you said. If we let them get away with it at one post
Yes.
office, it will spread.
It will,
Well, postal theft is a national problem.
yes.
Just as recently as earlier this summer, my wife and I had a check fished out of the mail system someplace where somebody wiped the payee and wrote it up to a fictitious company, and they cashed the check for $1,000.
Postal employees.
Yep.
Yeah, more than likely a postal employee. And so this type of stuff is happening, and that was not the first time that's ever happened to us too. But so postal theft is a real problem, and I understand why they need to get on top of it. I also think that, the quick fix is for us to get the alloy locks installed on all those vending machines to address the security of the machines first and foremost. Barrel locks are not adequate security.
I
And
agree.
I encourage Orville to work with Tanya to make
Especially on our vending machines.
good locks available to Ms. Hawkins forthwith.
Not only that, maybe we should be proactive in, since they having the issue, ask permission for us to install or mount our microwaves wherein no one can put anything under them. And then not only that, where's their security cameras? I just want to know, why can't they install security cameras in their break areas or whatever, and monitor their own situation? My husband told me, they got cameras all over the place in the post office. So why are our operators being held, suffer for something that's their responsibility? I don't see it, but, I didn't get an answer to
Madam
that.
Chair?
Yes. Was that Tanya?
This is Tanya.
Tanya, go ahead.
Yeah, she does have alloy locks. I think I bought them about a year ago, all brand new. So,
Tanya, is that that's what's in her current machines?
yes.
Okay, so,
What about key control then?
did someone get keys or something? Because Sabrina definitely said that they've been in her machines, and she'd make sure her machines are locked, so, and they're, breaking in some kind of way. Is there damage to any of the machines?
Not that I'm aware of, not that I've been made aware of, no.
The only damage,
I'm sorry, Sabrina?
The only damage is that the machines are constantly being moved close to one another where I can't get the other one's door open. Some of the older machines, now I'm trying to put in new stuff, I don't know what's gonna happen there. But the people beat the machine, rock the machine, and that is aggressive, and that's gonna knock screws out of the machine. I've seen them do it, just beat it like they're beating on something else.
Madam Chair?
Yes, and then
We consider bolting the machines together.
that would be a good solution.
That's a typical solution to that.
Keith just said that's what they did, so Tanya, can you have those machines bolted together where they cannot move them? They will put a plate and do it, because I have that happen at the rest area, so that's what we have to do. I'm
Madam
sorry?
Chair, yes, yes, I can look into that.
Any more on this topic, Christie? Okay. What time we got, guys?
11:45.
All right, everybody want to adjourn for lunch?
Yes, please.
What's usually 30 minutes?
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
Okay, so
We got 6 things left on the agenda, 1 o'clock.
okay, so 1
If
o'clock.
you say 1 o'clock, people won't be back till quarter after.
So
1:30.
Say 12:45. 12:45, guys.
Just
That
from
sounds
many years
good.
of experience.
Speech on. Stop. Button.
Yeah, we'll just make sure we get it right again. Which is for anything else.
Who wants to start the discussion of the placement of machines at UC?
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
Frank
or-
or Dave, I'm not sure if y'all
You gotta
want to
go
start,
left.
or if you wanted me to
Yep.
start when it comes to the placement of
Right
machines
there.
at the rec center.
So we have four machines at the rec center. 3 glass fronts and 1 snack. Prior to 2020, and I don't have an exact timeline, but UC requested that they wanted all of the machines removed. They even removed their Pepsi machines at the time because we weren't doing it yet. And we didn't have a presence in that building for a couple of years, I think. When we went back in there, the location the machines are in now is the location they've been in since we went back in that building. When we waived the Shake Smart opportunity, I completely missed the part in the waiver letter where the machines were going to be removed. The proposed location is going to put the machines in line along a glass partition so that in line with 4 double doors that come in to the building. So if anybody stops to look at the machines or to buy anything, they're literally going to be blocking foot traffic. They're going to be in the way. And when we have to open the doors to build the machines, we're going to be pretty much blocking 2 of the 4 double doors that come in and out of the building. And I mean, I could imagine a few safety concerns that would raise at the very least. And it's a horrible location. It didn't sound like to me that my input was being considered in this decision to move the machines, but I do not think they should be moved from their current agreed upon location just to make room for Shake Smart when we have priority to be there, unless a better location can be found. Now, there is a little hope there might be a resolution and a better, or at least a reasonable location that's not far from where they are now. But there's no guarantee that it's actually going to materialize or work.
I could have sworn we just discussed that, and now that you're bringing it up, I thought we talked about that in one of our meetings, and Tanya told us that it was near that's where they used to be, where they're trying to move them now. Am I mistaken on that?
Madam Chair, that was the February meeting, and Tanya's incorrect. The machines were never ever located right there. They were, there's a glass enclosed space there now. And those glass partitions didn't used to be there. That used to be common space. And the machines were much further down, facing the other way into the common space. And there was only, we had the same footprint there, we just weren't filling the coverages at the time. I wasn't at that meeting, so I didn't hear what was said, but that was never the original location of the machine. And I do not think our machine should be pushed aside to make room for ShipSmart. If there's not a meeting, like the Bureau was perfectly fine with letting them move the machines, which I will absolutely agree if that happens.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just a question, Pete. It sounds like they would be where when people come in the building, where they're basically face to face with the machines? I know you said there's a glass thing there, but they can see it where they're gonna be moved to?
They want to put them on the outside of this glass enclosure. And so when you come through the double doors coming into the rec center, the machines will literally be right about, you'll be able to reach out and touch them on the right side when you're coming in. They'll be that close. There's a carpet covering the walkway, and the machines will be probably within 6-8 inches of the edge of that carpet. So we're already flirting with the actual walkway to begin with, before you even open the doors.
Yeah, but Madam Chair, for business, I think that sounds like it might not be easy to fill them. I picture that a little bit, but boy, it sounds like they're right inside the doors. That'd be almost ideal.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I think that you can't miss the machine, so Dave, I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding. I know the safety concerns, but shouldn't they should, I believe they would have taken that in, I'm assuming they would have taken that into, cause knowing that the machines will have to be filled, but at least there's not a wall or something they're putting up that you can't even see your machines. I'm not sure. And I know it's inconvenient for you when you fill it, they probably open and close it, but we deal with that even at the rest areas.
Madam Chair, they're in a mutually agreed upon location now, where filling them is not a problem. They're not even close to any traffic, and people still walk around. All the traffic that goes through there can see the machines. They're against the wall in a nice space where you can't help but see them. And again, why would we move from our mutually agreed upon location to make room for a non-priority third party?
If I remind me of the conversation, I know it was a while ago, but that's where your machines is now, is where they want to put their Shake Smart, is that correct?
Yes.
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay. And, all I can think of is because we waived it, which, we did, I'm not sure, anybody else got any thoughts?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And I know Frank and Dave, Tanya, we've had numerous conversations about this. There's been a lot of conversation about this. Email. I know that Frank had brought up safety, and that's something that I did follow up with UC about, which they responded and said there's no safety issues. I've been to the area twice. The first time I went there, we walked with UC to determine where another place was, where the machines could go. Dave was not. I did attempt, like I had told Dave, I did attempt to try to call him, but we since later had a conversation about it. So when I saw the space where they thought the machine should go, and I was like, oh yeah, that's good, right? As soon as you walk in, they're right there to the right. I get where Dave is coming from, to where when he opens up the machine to stock film, that he could be in the way. I do agree with that. But, I told him that's a lot of places where we fill vending machines. There's two sets of doors. The students will be able to see that you are stocking machines, and they just use the other set of doors. And that space right there, they can hold the 4 machines. Now, Dave didn't want that, which, I tried to support him the best way that I could by, reaching back out to UC, can we find another, location? I know Dave recommended some locations. UC came back with, here's one spot where we can put the machines, but we're only going to put 2 machines there. I did get an email from Dave Green, one of the contacts today, which they have found another location, but he said, and Dave, that is in the hallway, and the other set of entry-exit doors right there by the Shake Smart, the machines could be out there, but there's only 3. One thing that I also would like to throw out there, when I started having more conversations with UC about the relocation of the machines and that we need 4, that's where UC came back to me and was just like, look, the original agreed upon location only had 2, which confused me because I didn't, have that information, and I took that back to Dave. I know Dave said that, that wasn't true, but I'm like, UC gave me a floor plan that showed where 2 machines were located, and it was kind of, pretty much to add to that, UC keeps making the comment that, hey, there's additional machines there that should be there. So I don't know, again, how many machines were originally there when Dave went into the site. I'm not sure how many machines were added. Did we add a machine? Did Dave add a machine? We may get to a conversation, Dave may, talk about the electricity, where the machines are right now, that one is not, holding the electricity. I've been trying to support Dave and talking with UC about getting that corrected. UC, their clapback is, hey, this 4th machine that's here, we didn't approve it. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. My thing, again, to resolve this, relocation of the machines, have them right there by the door. I personally feel like, the students, whoever enters that building, would see those machines, sales will increase, may increase, and that it just won't be in the way. I mean, like I told Dave, I've seen machines in closets, like hallways, basements.
Laundry room.
Right. So, it's
3rd floor behind the corner.
Yeah.
you're right. So that's all I have to say.
Madam Chair.
Which one you wanna go, Frank or Dave?
Frank can go.
Frank?
I brought up the issue of traffic flow because I thought, if any doors are blocked, my thought was a fire inspector may have something to say about that. Whether they do or not, I don't know. The other thing I will say is, and respectfully, Orville, the one thing I will say is you're thinking people will use the other doors. I'm going to tell you right now, just from being in a rest area, even with something that's blocked, they'll walk right through it. They don't care. And they'll just force their way through those doors, even if the machine is open or not. And also, and yeah, rest areas are busy, but I'm going to say when colleges are taking classes and stuff, that traffic flow is probably much heavier than probably what we deal with at rest areas. The one thing I will say was, if machines have to be moved, I'm hopeful we can find somewhere that is still quote unquote prime real estate, and the operator won't lose sales and maybe increase them or something. I don't know, and it doesn't sound like UC was really willing to work too terribly much with us on that, which I think that's unfortunate, but I hope they will. To see if we can find an alternative to where the machines aren't, in people's way, and to where they can be loaded correctly without, having to shut the door every 30 or 60 seconds or whatever it is. I understand Dave's concerns. I hear what UC's saying, but I think there's got to be some way to get this worked out where they're happy and the vendor's happy, and we can all, it'll be resolved. Anyway, I'll defer to Dave, has more information to me.
Madam Chair, I still have not heard an answer to where is our burden to abandon our mutually agreed upon location to make room for a non-priority vendor. And the electric that Orville is speaking of has been off for close to 2 months now. And I'm pretty sure that the BGA, which I requested, but I haven't received yet, I'm pretty sure the BGA has to mention something about providing adequate electric, and that burden is on them. And they haven't been doing it, and nobody at the Bureau has followed up with that. And the response I got from the program manager was, we'll follow up with your consultant. Well, if my consultant could have done anything, I would hope she already would have.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yes, Tanya and I, we have been following up with UC in regards to the electric. My most recent email from Dave Green was, I'll look for it. There are 4 bin machines. There is one machine. The first comment that Dave Green made, he said there are 2 BevMax plugged into the same outlet. He noticed that that was tripping, one of the circuits. So he moved one of the BevMax to another outlet and had the snack machine plugged up to the BevMax. Currently, right now, there is one machine that is down, and that is the Pepsi branded machine. And that's where Dave Green made the comment, this is down because, again, we have this extra machine that we didn't, approve for, which, again, I don't know if that's true or not. That's the reason why that electricity keeps breaking. Dave did know that somebody unplugged the machine, which UC did recognize that. They did say that one of the students did unplug the machine to plug in a scooter, which UC have created a sign to put right there by the machines to let students know not to unplug the outlets, which I like that. But the machines, again, UC's they've been watching it. They've been running for 12 hours. So I followed up with them yesterday. They've been talking to me today, saying that the machines are still on. Besides that, one machine that keeps breaking the circuit, and that's that.
Or when you said that they provided you with a floor plan of what was originally there, Dave, would you, so your argument, and I think because we waived that opportunity and we knew in the waiver where they were talking about, so that spot that they want to put their and that's just the way I'm understanding it, we gave up that spot. That means that, the machine's gonna have to be moved. But would you rather or prefer all the machines together, or you want them separated? Because I'm thinking that some of the other solutions is gonna have your machines separated.
Madam Chair, the original footprint there was never only 2 machines. There was always 3, there was 2 stacks and a BevMax, and plus our snack machine. Now there's 3 BevMaxes plus my snack machine. And I don't know that, I kind of disagree that just because we waive an opportunity to allow Shakespeare, I don't think we're waiving our priority to the location of the machine. And those machines are in the location that was mutually agreed upon when they were installed. And I think if they want Shakespeare, the burden is on them to find a place to put it if they can't find a reasonable location for our machines. And for anyone that's not the operator there, I think it's kind of a short-sighted judgment to say, well, they'll do better in that location. How would anybody know that?
Chris?
Yeah, I'd ask, since it sounds like Dave has made a request for the Bureau grantor agreement with UC regarding this facility, is that available to you, Christy?
So, Madam Chair, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
He did, and I sent that through, I have to send everything through, public records request, and I did. I sent that to them, I believe I did, and he should be getting it. I can't believe you don't have a copy to begin with, that you've never been given a copy of the
Madam Chair, I have 2 copies. One that I've been sent probably more than once by the consultant, which is dated from 2006.
Same one.
And the one that I have that was updated in 2018 is labeled clean draft, so it's not signed, which means it's useless to have.
2006 is the current agreement. We have this old agreement that we need. The one that was signed later, I think just involved, it was an amendment, and it had to do with the card readers, and it had nothing to do with that. And there is something in here, but I don't know exactly where, that, it is there. It talks about, I don't even want to cite it until I can find it, but you will get the copy of this.
Well, what I'm asking is, Christie, is there an appendix in there that specifies the machines to be placed in the various buildings? And, because I want to resolve this issue of how many machines were authorized by the BGA to begin with to start, before we try to discern any other resolution, we need to know what was authorized by the BGA, where the fourth machine came from.
I agree with what Chris is saying, but the BGA will not align with that because at the time, in 06, we did not have the drink service.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Dave's right. It's not, Chris, it would be so much like the post office had those microwaves in that break room. This is not, this still has commissions in it. This has,
Okay, so it's
we didn't have the
outdated
pop.
contract.
Right, we didn't have the pop, but it does talk about, this is the debate right now, is that I believe the law talks about mutually agreed upon facilities, BE facilities. It doesn't get down to the minutia of a machine and the placement of the machine. And I think what we're getting at is that we want to preserve those 4 machines, but in order to do so, we have to use this one area. Or they're saying you can go to these other 2 areas, but then you would have to reduce the amount of machines. And again, I think Dave's position is we just need to tell UC no. And I don't know with the BGA, I can't find the exact where it says, but I don't think the law supports us to say that, and that's where we're at.
Madam Chair, the electrical issue there, UC is obviously going to fix the electric to support the shakes mode. So the electric to support the machines should have been repaired 2 months ago. Those machines have been down, and most of them have outdated product now.
So, Madam Chair, this is where I get a little frustrated in the sense that there's 2 different issues that we're talking about. One issue is moving machines permanently, and then the other issue is the electric. And it's my understanding that the electric, I was there, I think in March, April, and all 4 machines were on. And Orville, in a June 6th email from Dave, talked about the moving of machines and then threw in this, that the electric was not working. And that was missed. Tanya was never informed of that. And I was then informed on like July 7th or 9th and said, my machines aren't working because of the electric, and Dave sent me a picture of the scooter being plugged in. And so I'm still confused on, is the electric because people are unplugging it? Is it because there's a GFI issue and they're trippy? Why is this just now started to happen since March or April? Has he been out of sales and they've been completely down the whole period? I have so many questions. And I just don't understand that if we're going to move those machines to the wall, which you could hit, like you could throw a softball from where they are now to where they want, where UC's proposed, that we ensure that there's absolutely plenty of electric to support those 4 machines. That's number one. Like right now, there's 2 separate issues, and I want to make sure, and we are working with it on getting them up and running now. But they also are talking about this Shake Smart, and that was also something in the last month. It was on pause, and then it was on, and now it's off, and now it's on. I think it's on now, and they're talking about that going in September and being open in October. So 2 separate issues. We have to solve the electric ASAP, but then there has to be a decision on moving these machines.
Madam Chair, well, as far as the mutual agreement, there's nothing that says we can't mutually agree on something else. When something's mutually agreed on, that doesn't mean it's there forever. Hence why me and Frank's rest areas are knocked down. Sometimes things change and we have to change with it. So that part, you know, I don't see the big deal about that. We can, the Bureau and UC can mutually agree to put the machines elsewhere. I'm with Christie, I don't know that the law actually means that, but even if it does, that doesn't mean it can't be changed. Like, well, no, we don't know what the sales impact will be by moving them from where they are now to a different spot. But it sure seems like they could be better, could be worse. We don't know. But they're gonna have to go somewhere. We already waived this opportunity. They're gonna put that Shake Smart in there. The machines are gonna go somewhere else. This is their building, it's not our building. We don't have a right to tell them where to build their Shake Smart at. We do have a right to say if there's vending in that building, it's ours. And we can negotiate on where the best spot for the vending machines can be. Yes, you gotta get the electric dealt with, that's a different issue. Ensure the electric is suitable wherever the machines are going to go. But I think it's probably where, this just seems like a lot of talk over something that probably has pretty small impact.
Dave, I
Madam
have a
Chair.
question for you.
I think a comment like that is
Okay.
really inappropriate. What is the difference between microwaves getting moved or my machines getting moved to an unreasonable location?
Madam Chair,
May
may I answer that?
Yes.
The microwaves that we talked about earlier were actually stolen. They are in a place where the operator cannot use them. Now, if UC takes your machines and carts them off to a warehouse somewhere where they're not being used at all, then we have an issue. And it is a like issue. This is not a like issue with that. That's not what's happening. They're talking about moving them across the room. Whether you believe my comment is inappropriate or not, that's the truth.
And Dave, you know, I had a question for you. Would you prefer your machine, and it seems to me whichever way you go, the machine's gonna be moved. Okay, and I know you don't like that, but they're gonna have to move. But would you prefer them to be in a bank where you're all together? And I will say, I'll make a comment about the rest area. We all know how narrow the area that we're working in, and it's just not just rest area, other areas, that in other places, even in a break room, you have a limited space. And a lot of times they do, when I'm in my rest area, customers, we're blocking the door, we're blocking areas. Yes, some do walk through, but most, if they really wanna come in there, they go around and use the other set of doors. Whatever's convenient. Some do walk through, we have to close and move stuff to get them through. We try to keep in mind safety and making sure there's nothing somebody's gonna trip over. But it is an inconvenience, but it's an inconvenience that you have because we serve the public. And sometimes we gotta, they wanna use the machine while we're in it, you close it, you let them use it. You do whatever you have to do because it's not about us, it's about the public. So I'm just trying to understand, would you prefer to be in a banking machine? And it sounds like UC is considering the other options, but I'm thinking the best option is for you to keep them in the bank, because I think that's convenient for you to fill them, and then instead of them breaking them up.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm not even being kept updated on that. Apparently David Breen was sending emails and maybe there might be a possibility. I never got any of that. And the electric being off was missed. There's no, it's important to note, there's no current electric on the glass wall where they want to move the machines to. They're going to have to install that electric, but they didn't bother to have the electrician repair the electric where the machines are currently at.
I understand you, there's some frustration there with that, but,
Madam Chair?
yes, Orville?
And we will work with UC to make sure when it comes to relocating the machines that there's enough electricity up against that wall to hold power for all 4 of those machines that needs to be there.
Chris, I'm sorry, I've been.
Madam Chair.
1 second, Dave. Chris.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I just, I'm thinking mechanicals here. Dave, is this glass enclosed entry foyer near where your machines are gonna be placed by UC's proposal, is that like open to the daylight, sunlight? Does the sun come through those doors
No.
for a lengthy period of time?
No.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, because one of my concerns was when you've got sun coming through the glass, it's hard on equipment, makes compressors work harder, makes chocolate melt, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But, so I'm glad to hear that. And I do believe sometimes we have to go with the least best compromise. And if you're, by their proposal, still in the same entry common area that you've described, at least Shake Smart and your machines are both visible to the potential customer versus being in the locations that Mr. Green mentioned in his email, where it seems to me like the majority of the foot traffic is going to see their offerings before they see yours. So I guess I'm encouraging you to try to find some gracious acceptance with the least best compromise. I pass.
Dave, I do have a question. Right now, you don't have any competition in that rec area, right? You're the only one in there. There's no other businesses or anything besides
There's no other vending or anything like that in that building. A short walk away, there's a convenience store that we should have.
But they know about that. The reason why I ask that is because what Chris just brought up is true. You're about to have, they're putting this Shake Smart in. You want your machines to be visible.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Dave.
the Shake Smart, I'm not too much worried about that. It won't last long. This has already been tried in that building before, and I don't know, approximately 2016, they had another shake. It was formerly a snack bar, and then they turned it into a shake, some type of shake bar, and it failed within a year. So Shake Smart will probably last about as long as Farmer's Fridge has, if not long.
Well, Dave, then if that's the case, then let's just roll with it.
I mean, with all due respect to everybody involved, if I have no choice in this, then I don't want to take up the whole afternoon over something that it doesn't matter anyway.
Well, Madam Chair.
Yes.
One thing I will say is, and I heard Oval say management will continue to work with UC, but I want to make sure that management is also working with the operator, working with the vendor.
I was about to ask.
So that needs to happen too. And hopefully we can find, maybe there, I don't know if there is or isn't, maybe there's a more practical site, maybe there isn't, or more, a site that's equal to where it is now, but we can all check and find out and try and make that happen. Yes, I don't like the idea of our vending machines being moved for a non-priority location. In fact, I hate it. Well, I'll just leave it at I really, really don't like it and disagree with it, but,
Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
I missed the part in the waiver letter where the machines were going to be moved. I mean, maybe that's my bad, but I definitely missed that part. I would have never agreed to that. Also, those machines have been pretty much down for 2 months. How am I supposed to get reimbursed for all that out-of-date inventory that was not due to my own failures?
Madam Chair?
Yes, and
Dave, why didn't you take it out of the machine and put it somewhere else where it could have sold? You
Well,
saw
I
it
was
down.
assuming the electric was going to be fixed at some point.
Yeah, but I meant when it started to get short dated. I mean, there's no reimbursement for that, you could have moved it.
I'm so glad I have such great representation.
I'm glad you do too.
Or can you make sure that we keep Dave informed of any of keeping him updated on what's going on in decisions, making sure that
They've done such a
Well, I
bad job.
think he should be getting any communication that comes from UC regarding this.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So again, I think there is a lot of frustration. I don't understand why Dave immediately when he discovered it, did not contact his consultant. That's what I'm confused by, because I believe any other operator would have immediately contacted their consultant who has the the immediate means to contact and find out. The other piece of it is that Orville said that the thing that he found out, he just got today. Orville also found out this week that there was a separate conversation with David Green, right, the university, and the operators, that no SLA was on that call last week. So there are, I agree, I totally agree that there's all these side conversations, and it is frustrating for all involved. And we will try to get better and have everyone be communicated of exactly what is going on.
Madam Chair.
Yes. I don't know who was first.
Well, my point will be short. I'm not sure if there was some type of low-level accusation in that, but that monthly operator call with UC is scheduled. There was nobody from BE was on there, but that's their own choosing. It's not like my consultant isn't informed of that meeting every month. If they want to attend, they're all free to attend. Scott Shepard wasn't there, Tanya wasn't there, Orville wasn't there, nobody was there, but that meeting is scheduled ahead of time, every month.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And that's something that I could follow up with UC, because when I got into this position, those meetings weren't extended, to me. The only meeting that I have with UC is with Dave Green, Kate Hixby, and Jamie Johnson. That's something that I do attend with Scott and Tanya. When Dave Green brought up that he had a meeting with Seth, that was the first time I knew that they had other meetings. And I was like, oh, okay.
Madam Chair, that meeting is, and it's been in place for a while. That's a standard monthly meeting between David Green and the operators, which brings me to another concern I have for UC. It seems like we have the operators talking to David Green, and then we have the SLA. I believe Orville's contact is Sarah Harrison, and I think we need to have operators and the area manager talking to the same person. I don't know why we have two different contacts. It sounds to me, unless there's some reason for it, I don't know what it is, but off the top of my head, that sounds extremely inefficient.
Can I ask a question? Why can't this just be combined where you discuss something so everybody can be on the same page? With you operators, so the operators that you see, Dave, would you have anything against you all having the meeting together where you have the SLA, UC, and the operators on the call?
Madam Chair, that's normally the consultants are on there. I don't have anything against that, but what I will say is, to Frank's point, you have at least 3 people from BE talking to different people at UC. It's no wonder there's so much confusion and it's so messy.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So looking at, Tanya's and Scott's schedule, I do see, that meeting on their calendar, and that's something that I can follow up with Tanya and Scott as far as do they have other obligations or, some that day where they couldn't attend it. But Dave is right. We do talk with a number of people at the University of Cincinnati. I typically talk with Sarah. I don't always, I can't always jump on that Wednesday call, but I'm not sure what the history was with everybody on the call. Because I know sometimes, some UC individuals said that it wasn't productive and they didn't get anything, accomplished. But I can ask UC, if they are willing to have us all on the call together. That way there's not 2 calls a month. We'll see. But
Okay.
Madam Chair, I don't know that Sarah's going to be up for a regular monthly call. I doubt she wants to get that deeply involved in it. I think our communication with UC through David Green has all been, I don't have anything negative to say about it. He's very responsive and everything. He told me when I called him the day the scooter was behind the machines and all of the machines were off. And nobody at the rec center, the staff didn't notice or care that all the machines were off. So we called UC Police and had them come and remove the scooter. They chained the scooter to the electrical conduit with a bike lock. So the police had to come and cut the lock off. And I called David Breen and told him what was going on, and after we unplugged the scooter, the electric, the GFCI outlets kept popping every time we turned the machines on. And he said he would put in a work order to have those outlets replaced. And 2 months later, that never happened. It's not like I didn't follow up. There would have been hardly any point in really making a big deal to my consultant. There would have probably hardly been any point making a big deal to my consultant because David Breen had already agreed to put in a work order to have the electric fixed. It was never supposed to be down for 2 months.
Madam Chair, and I do like that they, have, access to get to Dave Green. And it would have been great for Tanya to know when they had contacted Mr. Green about the electricity, that way she can follow up as well. But hopefully, as we continue on, and if we do run into, problems, that Dave, does keep his consultant in the loop.
Let's move on to, I think, budget.
Yep, the budget and RSA pre-approval.
Is that you, Amy?
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay.
And I apologize that they were just sent yesterday, but there's just a lot going on right now. So I sent the committee a budget proposal for the next federal fiscal year. The reason why for this meeting is we usually submit the RSA pre-approval kind of like big number to them in August. So I wanted to do it just in case like that was submitted before the August meeting. But I wanted to, what's my spreadsheet here? Kind of go over the proposal with the committee and just see if you guys had any different thoughts or inputs that you would want changed. I would say that the budget is very healthy. We are estimated to start federal fiscal year 26 with a cash balance of $1.4 million. We're estimating the service charge revenue for next federal fiscal year to be around $825,000. So far, or year to date again, it is more than that if you go to the service charge report, but just based on, again, the unknown of rest areas closing and things like that, we still put it a little bit lower. And then other revenue we're anticipating bringing in, so this is the money we would receive from salvage, so things getting sold on gov deals, some investment revenue, that would be around $100,000. So our revenue, including our starting balance and what we anticipate bringing in, is around $2.3 million. For fair minimum returns, more on the expense side, this is straight set aside. It is going to be 9 affected operators for that federal fiscal year at the $350 a week. So we're estimating that to be around $130,000. Based on our estimations from this past year, not everybody chooses to do a fair minimum return. This also is subject to change depending on what the committee votes on in September. The rest of the expenses are matchable, so it affects the cash balance by 21.3% of the total cost, and both of those are listed on this proposal. You will see a column with the full cost and a column with the 21.3, since that's what affects the cash balance. We asked the consultants to go through their facilities, any expansion that's supposed to happen in our area, that kind of thing, so we can kind of come up with an aggregate number. So equipment, this is outside of modernization. Kind of pressed with that there. We have this federal fiscal year, the last year we are receiving money for modernization. That's going to be that last $2.4 million. So outside of that, there's equipment, and this is kind of like your refrigerators, kind of off the wall things. That was estimated at $487,000. The expansion opportunities that we know of right now are like a micro market at Wright Pat, UT Pop, the secondary rest areas that you guys voted to take over, an OSU medical building and Elkton prison. So that comes in right over $1 million. I put on here possible other expansion, and I think this may be something that, conversation that continues. The budget is fluid, so this could change. But we have Columbus State Pop, Wright State University Pop and Snacks, Central State, UT Snacks. These are just possibilities that the committee would want to pursue. This also could change if the committee decides we want to purchase Bev Maxes for current colleges and universities. So we budgeted that at $900,000. Maintenance and repair, moving and storage, that's $840,000. Management services, so this could be like anything. We use this to pay a speaker at statewide one time. It's kind of anything that's not coming out of the administrative side. It's just another avenue where we can pay for things under management services. We budgeted $5,000. Administrative costs, so this is like the fleet, phones, memberships, statewide, all of that. It's $100,000, and then staff salary is $1 million. So that would give the ending cash balance to be around $1.1 million at the end of federal fiscal year 26.
We are set up to heading to get into Wright State. Those are the ones that run out.
Madam Chair, can you speak up?
I was just trying to, I was surprised to hear Wright State on there. Those are the ones we're trying to go after, or those are the ones we are about to go into?
Madam Chair,
Yeah, yes, Frank.
I believe there's a list. We tried to line them up several, well, I don't know, not several years ago, but a few years back, we tried to line them up to when the program would hopefully have the money, but also we tried to line them up with beverage expiration dates so that we didn't necessarily have to walk in and have a fight over, trying not to get in the middle of a legal to where we go in and, when the beverage expires, we can, we could do it before then, but I think the thinking was, back then at least, was let's take them over when they expire. And I think in some cases, we're going to do Pop this year at Toledo and Snack the following year, if I'm correct. Usually we do it in reverse, but whatever way works to where we're getting more jobs and getting them up and running. And yeah, Wright State is on there. Is Wright State on there? I think Wright State's on there for 26, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, 6/30/26.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So that leads to the final thing that we would submit to RSA for pre-approval. So this is like one huge number. They don't really care about the details. I think at one point in time they were asking for the details and then they changed their mind. But this is going to include the $2.4 million that we're receiving from the agency. So this isn't full cash balance money, but we're gonna submit a number. It's $5,717,000 for their pre-approval. We could use it, we could not. It's just kind of to cover our bases when they look at our costs.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Chris?
Amy, in your explanation of the budget, you spoke to 2.4 million remaining in modernization funds. That's out of the 6 million that was originally allocated, as I understand it. And so, am I to accept then that whatever resources were used for VR are basically being put back into program funds at this point? And then that's question one. And then question two is, how are we doing in terms of the percentage completion of the modernization equipment list? Is the we've got just a little bit, something in the 38-40% range of the total basket that we had originally of $6 million. We've got 2.4 left. I guess that's about 30% of it left. What, are we 70% done with the modernization that we had originally planned on?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Amy.
So I think at the beginning we said we were gonna replace 774 machines. Right now we have math here. So we have purchased 46% of what we said, and this was as of February 25. I haven't updated these numbers since then, but I can, because I know that we have purchased more. I will say, I don't
You say
think
as
we're
of
going.
February that was?
Huh.
That was as of February? Okay. Pardon me for interrupting, I just want to make sure I get the right.
Yes.
I don't think we're going to get like to 774, only because after the first year that we ordered, I think prices went up 20%. And then with tariffs, I think Marty said that each machine was tacking on like $350-ish to consider that. So prices are continue to go up, and we're gonna have to account for that. But I do think we are getting, if I had to guess, we'll probably get at least into the 80s, the 80% range of what we originally planned. We are going to spend the full $6 million, so we're going to spend what they allocated for us. Are you asking like if that money is sitting in VR right now? Is that?
Well, I think that there was, as I understood it, to assist with cash flow on the VR side, a portion of the money that was appropriated for use of GE, this $6 million modernization fund, was being used as, because we couldn't move fast enough in the equipment sale or purchase and installation, and then was going to be returned to us. So that was my understanding. And so I'm asking, has it been indeed returned? And and then the second part was, how far are we getting with our modernization plan? Because I'm in state facilities, and other than stuff that we've moved off my rest area when my rest area is modernized, I haven't had any equipment improved or replaced. And I've got a lot of equipment that is more than 15 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm wondering what the prospects are for people who are operating in state facilities that still have a lot of very old equipment.
Mm-hmm. Madam Chair. I know that we have a lot of state facilities that we're going to look into ordering this summer. We also are going to be looking at federal fiscal year 26. I think right now, with what everybody has submitted, another 238 machines were identified to be replaced, and there may be like 100 more that we're kind of still looking at. With Sarah leaving Zanesville area and Sally being on vacation, there's just some machines we still need to look at, like DSCC. I know those are in the 90s, so those definitely need to be replaced somehow. But as far as the money going back to VR, the money never came to us. It's kind of almost like a credit card, we're gonna spend it, but it's actually never gonna go into your bank account. So it's kind of reserved for us, but it never got put into our bank or in our
account
pot. But it is reserved for us to spend. So it would be 21.3% of the money the agency receives for what we call DUI money. So someone in the state of Ohio gets a DUI, they pay a fee, and part of that goes to our agency. And then the other 78.7 would be the VR grant that's being utilized.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
those are obviously for the next federal fiscal year numbers. You said there's still some to be this year. I assume those modernization numbers include all the rest areas that need re-equipped?
Yes.
Okay, are this federal fiscal year include Madison and Miami counties?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not part of that 2.4 for next year.
No, that is for this year that's happening.
Okay, Madison, Miami are, and I assume Auglaize, Butler, Delaware, whatever else, Summit, yeah, all those are part of that 2.4 for next year then.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and did I understand you were talking about the match ratio on that? So, you know, the pot of resources that exists in, we'll say, that the BSBI account that is being held in reserve for equipment modernization, is that pre-match money or match? I didn't understand the match ratio aspect of that.
So the state dollars that we have as DUI money, that is the 21.3. And then we're going to, as we spend those, we're gonna draw down the 78.7 from.
So what actually BSVI has for us is 21.3% of 2.4 million?
Yes.
Okay, so they don't have 2.4 million. They have a willingness to use the DUI money to draw down federal match for the purpose of equipment modernization. Okay,
Yeah, but
that's
if
kind of
you-
disappointing because, you know.
Well, if you
So,
think about
Madam Chair,
78.7 of.
We didn't get 6 million of DUI money from the very beginning, is what I think he's getting at. You're drawing down 6 million total, that's the total amount, 21.3. You know, instead of using set aside, it was the one-time funds, and
Right.
we'll use this bucket, and then we can draw down those funds and build up our cash balance because of COVID and everything else. That was the intent.
So
But it is-
but what BSBI really been appropriated out of BSBI state money, GR money, if you will, is 21.3% of 6 million.
Out of that DUI money, there is no
Yeah,
GR.
from the that, okay, not GR money, but from the DUI fund. Okay.
But
So-
even, I know it doesn't seem like, well, they're only giving us 21.3, but the other 78.7 is a VR grant they could be spending in VR on VR participants, and they're not. They're using it for us.
Okay, if they had the resources to match.
Well, they could match that money in VR.
Okay, they have the resources to match.
Yeah. So the $6 million that could have been used on the VR program, they chose to spend it on the business interest program.
Madam Chair, and I'll just add, like, I think it was a gift. It truly was a gift, because there are other programs, and I know Annette knows from, you know, ILOB and PCA, they're struggling, but they can't qualify for these monies, so we're, you know, we kind of on the, don't look at us, we're gonna continue to do what we need to do, but I feel bad for some other programs that are, you know, not as fortunate as us.
Anything else? I mean, and that, does this require just updates? Okay.
We don't need
We don't need a
motion for,
Thank you for your report.
Thank you, exactly.
Pre-approval for RSA.
Well, we'll do.
Just
Madam
pre-approval
Chair,
for RSA.
I'd like to move that we approve the pre-approval number of $5,717,000 for RSA pre-approval.
We have a second?
Of 5,317,000?
717.
Okay.
That's it.
Keith, second. Any discussion? Move for, not hearing any discussion, so we'll move for the vote. Annette?
Yes.
Frank?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Dean?
Yes.
John?
Yep.
I vote yes. Keith?
Well, yes.
Yes, think about it, Keith. We're moving on to the good news of the IVR system. Yes.
Just one thing regarding reports.
Yes, sir.
Are we supposed to get all of the reports the Monday preceding OVRC meeting?
I think Amy spoke to that, and she apologized for getting it to us so late.
Well, we got the manager's reports and everything on Tuesday also. I mean, a lot going on would not excuse us from a late MOR.
Ain't that the truth?
We hear you there. So, who wants to open up the IBR, Dean or John?
I would, Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is talking about the phone system, and I have noticed the last 2 months that it has greatly improved. It is so fast, you don't have to listen to the same instructions. When you're doing 6 MORs at one time, I don't have to listen to the same instructions over. I hit one and go on. It is the best it's ever been.
Well, I think we need to give a real
Congratulations.
Come back,
Is that what you say too?
Dean, if you had any experience?
Dean?
I mean,
Go ahead.
I mean, I am 100% for, doing the meetings virtual.
No, that's
not what we're talking about.
That's what I thought, because she said something about virtual and then something
It's
flipped
about the
over
phone
there.
system.
We're talking about IBR.
IBR.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes,
The Bureau had asked for this to be
I'm
on
sorry.
the agenda, so I think they had an update they wanted to tell us that.
I'm sorry. And Amy?
I did want to say kudos to all of you guys on one more budget aspect, service
Oh, I'm
charge.
sorry.
I wanted to bring up April service charge was over $98,000, and that is higher than it has been the past I think since pre-COVID. So that's amazing. You guys are doing great work out there. But then back to the IVR. A big thank you for the operators who filed that first week in July. I know there was a lot of hiccups when they redeployed the system, so thanks for working through that. The first month was more of entering and saving the account, and I did send out the script of what to expect that our IVR was going to ask. I'm going to send out another one at the last week of July to prepare operators for August. The script is just going to change slightly because it's going to ask you if you want to use a saved account, do you want to delete the account, that type of thing. So I'm going to send that out so operators know what to expect. And again, if anyone has any problems, please reach out and we will work quickly to resolve those. But hopefully this is kind of the end of this project and we can move on from there.
Madam?
Yes, Frank?
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Sorry, this has to do, Amy, is there a way, since I normally do my stuff on the gateway, but is there a way to be set up to use one or the other?
Yes.
Sure.
But that's something, I can't just do it because I have to be set up in both of them, right?
Yes.
So that's something that I would have to get someone to set up for me.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm asking is I have a lot of vision issues on my computer right now, so I'm trying to give myself a two-way option to try and make sure I get stuff filed on time.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
With IVR, there isn't anything you have to do in terms of doing a login or anything. It's just going to ask you for your operator ID and then your last 4 digits of your FEIN or Social Security, whatever you use, and it automatically gets that file. So I know with OBG, there's kind of some setup on your account that you have to do. With IVR, you do not have to do that.
Okay, so it's just a matter of dialing the phone number and putting in my information, or I didn't know if management had to set it up or the consultant or
Nope.
something.
Anytime a new facility is added, we ask OBG to add it to both servers. So you have the option to do online or IVR. Like I said, IVR is just going to ask you for your information and then it will automatically have an MLR for you to file.
Can we send him a script or instructions? It doesn't
Yes.
seem like he hasn't done it in a while.
Nope.
I would like that to me also.
Okay.
Why don't you just send it off?
Yeah, we need to send it off. Maybe instructions that they can use both. At any point, you can use OBG or IVR. OBG, you do need initially an OHID, I believe. And again, with the IVR, this all stems from being able to save your bank account information that you were able to do at OBG. And it's my understanding, Amy, to go back to explain to everyone, The first month is kind of setting that up, that wall it up, and then the second month they're able to choose it. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that was the intent, but I think Annette kind of broke the code there and was able to enter your account information, and then she hung up and called back in and was able to use the save information. So that also is a thing if you want to be relevant that.
It was my understanding, the only difference is with the IVR, you can't get your management, your reports and all that, you have to request it.
Right.
Is that correct? I think we talked about that during statewide. That came out, or you told us before, I don't remember who told us.
Madam Chair, yes, and I actually met with our IT department yesterday. I worked with Chris, and Chris, thank you again for helping me see exactly what was in OBG, and they are uploading or updating our business system. So if you tell us once that you want that every month, we will put you on a list, and automatically you'll get the same exact report that's received on OBG.
Oh, that's awesome.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dean?
I just want to say, sorry, I got the topic wrong there. And I just want to say, I used the IVR system on Wednesday of this week, and it worked out great. I just wanted to bring that up to you. It feels so much better being able to make sure all the numbers are saved in there for you. Got me? Okay.
The one, well, Dean, you're okay, because I didn't
Yeah.
want to let Amy finish before I jumped to something else. so.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
One of the other things, and we can talk, maybe we can talk next month. So and it was based off a recommendation from the committee a couple years ago, that until the two systems match, that I was going to forgive late for anyone who had a wrong, fat-fingered or a wrong number. And I told Amy that I think that we need to give this a couple months, but maybe starting in October, we're gonna have to make it fair where, that won't apply anymore once give it August and September. But we can talk about that next month,
Okay.
I'd like also, one, Madam Chair,
Yes.
one quick item regarding equipment. Since we do recognize that we're not likely to be able to accomplish all of the originally planned modernization, I think this redoubles the importance of making good use of equipment that's coming in from the shutdown of these rest areas and so forth, that perhaps having that stuff reconditioned, it would still be for me, for example, to have an upgraded or an AMS or a USI that's 5 years or 10 years old that came off of a facility to replace a 15 or 20-year-old machine that's in one of my state buildings. And so we did that in part with when my rest area got modernized, but that's wasn't enough to meet the need of all the modernization required for my facility. So, I'm just saying, let's make good use of our used equipment. A lot of that equipment is very serviceable. Most of these machines were built to last 25 to 30 years. We just need to take care of them and perhaps invest a little bit in recon, because it's a whole lot cheaper to recon a machine, even if it costs us a couple $1,000, than to go out and buy one for $8,000. Refurbish, recon, whatever you want to call it.
Madam Chair, just to kind of reiterate what Chris was saying, we are planning on repurposing quite a few machines, and even in the warehouse right at this moment, we have 128 machines on hold to be redeployed.
I just want to, I know we're off topic a little bit, but I just want to say too, that was my suggestion, and Chrissy, if Coke can't get us those machines out there at OU, that's what I was suggesting. Some of these machines are pulling out, that we can get some FedMax or something into the school. I knew we can't do new, but something is better than what we currently have.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So what's our next thing on our agenda? You already moved to the next item?
You got you've done the IVR, you've done the IVR update already. So I would say you're on OVRC bylaws for virtual meetings.
OVRC bylaws.
All right, and then,
No kitchen.
just as an update, at our last meeting, we presented some bylaws language that would allow the committee to meet for special and, the other thing, subcommittee. Subcommittee meetings, but not for regular meetings, because at the time, that's what the committee had wanted us to write. That motion failed, so we're back kind of at square one. The language we still have written is for that, for the regular meetings, but if we wanted to be able to meet, it's the same argument, do we want to be able to have all the meetings virtual, just subcommittee and special meetings virtual, it's wherever we want to go. And then we would have to have bylaws developed to, fill whatever the committee wanted to do then.
Okay.
Anybody else, have anything on the subject of their feelings on?
But, Madam Chair, in the meantime, we cannot do anything virtual until we get those bylaws approved.
So today, we don't have to vote on anything, or, are we
The
voting?
only thing, Madam Chair, we would be even able to consider as far as bylaws, actual language, would be the language that had already been, because new language has to be presented to the committee 10 days before. The only language this committee has seen was before the May meeting. And in all honesty, I'd even be a little squeamish about that since the committee has changed. That's all that's out there. What I think the committee should consider doing today is put to rest, what do we want in the bylaws? Or, have that debate, figure out where we want the bylaws to go, then we can have bylaws written and presented 10 days before the next meeting and actually vote on it. So that's up to the committee. Do we want to be able to have all meetings be able to be virtual? Just subcommittee and special meetings, as was discussed before, to be virtual, or I guess nothing to be virtual.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Yes, Chris.
I have the OVRC bylaws with me, and if it be your pleasure, I could read the section concerning meetings, at least so people could have some context.
Okay. Yeah.
OVRC bylaws, this is section 2, paragraph A. A quorum to conduct business at all regular or special OVRC meetings shall consist of a majority of OVRC members or OVRC alternates acting as members. B, business at all regular and special OVRC meetings shall be conducted according to Robert's Rules of Order. C, OVRC members and alternates shall take precedence in being recognized to speak from the floor at all regular and special OVRC meetings, with such exceptions as the chair may make for the orderly and efficient conduct of committee business, parentheses updated 11/17/2017. Parenthetically, I'll tell you, that's the cheap seat legislative rule, which I probably had a lot of good reasons they developed it. Paragraph D, the OVRC shall accept public comments from individuals present at regular and special meetings to be spoken or read aloud during a period designated by the OVRC chair, and shall not exceed 5 minutes for each individual. Individuals unable to attend the meeting may submit written comments to be read aloud during the same designated period, not to exceed 5 minutes for each individual. The OVRC chair shall adjust individual time limits to ensure that the designated public comment period does not exceed 30 minutes, and may use any reasonable method to determine the number of individuals that request to make public comments before the designated period. The OVRC chair shall include, quote, public comment on every meeting agenda and ensure that it occurs within the first 2 hours of the meeting. And and that concludes the section on meetings. So there's nothing in here right now that speaks to the question of in-person versus virtual meetings, but I believe that the agency's council has stipulated that if there is to be a virtual meeting provision, that it needs to be specified in the bylaws. Is that correct, Annette?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Annette.
Two things. One, that's an outdated bylaw you read, because we did add something to it earlier this spring. So I don't know when you got that, but we also have the section about the stuff in writing, which doesn't have to do with the virtual thing, but there is an updated bylaw out there. Secondly, you're correct. Right now, we don't have anything in there about virtual. The AG did get released language that we looked at our last meeting. That was draft language, and the committee voted it down. It did not pass. And that was to do, allow virtual meetings for special meetings and for subcommittees, but not for regular meetings. So what we need to do today, first of all, we gotta get Chris an updated bylaws.
Yes.
If I'm gonna read them out in public, I don't wanna be embarrassed. But
Did that go out to everyone, the updated bylaw?
That I don't know.
I don't think so, because I don't.
But
have
we
that.
did vote to amend them back in like
Yeah, I
March.
remember us voting, but I don't think we all got a copy.
Okay.
Did anyone else get
I
a
don't know.
copy of updated bylaw?
I don't think
know
so.
I sent them out
Well, actually,
personally to the committee, but as far as the official, once it was done
No, I didn't
afterwards,
get- yeah,
I know
that's-
they were sent out prior to us
Our
voting.
meeting, yeah.
Yes, but,
and here's the approximately one?
and then we did do some minor changes, and I put those changes in and sent that draft out. It wasn't a draft at that point, it was voted on, to everybody. But as far as an official thing from like the Bureau or someone, I don't know that that ever came out to everybody.
I think I even got copies.
Okay, so we'll make sure, I'll find the thing that we did. We know it was voted on, it's approved, and it's out there for the in writing. That was the amendment that we made, back in March.
That was,
I remember seeing your draft, but I don't remember.
when you're saying in writing, you're saying that
It was,
public comment has to be in writing?
no. It was something along the line that the committee will not vote on any rules or, and I'm paraphrasing here, rules or policies, or the amendments to any rules or policies without it first being presented in writing.
I think that was motions, a motion, any motion.
No, it was based on rules or policies.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't every motion didn't have to be, it was amendments or new language to rules and policies. Had to be in writing
10 days.
to the committee before the committee would take action on it.
And is it 10 days or a week? I think.
It's 10 days prior to the meeting.
10 days.
It has to, if you have proposed by law language change, then it has to be out.
Yeah.
But I didn't have, for this meeting, we already voted down the one from last time. So I didn't have any language to put out there for this meeting. So,
Yeah.
because the committee voted that down, I would have had no clue what the committee wants us to do. That's why today, if we want to do anything with this virtual stuff, we should decide what we want to do. And then we can work with Michelle Kazar, our AG representative, to structure language for bylaws so that we can actually vote on it at the next meeting.
So do we need a motion? Is that-
Probably, yeah.
Motion to.
Oh, yeah.
Again?
Well, I'm a little confused now. I thought in order to do the motion for the bylaws, you gotta do it 10 days.
No,
Or-
well, we're not doing the language.
Oh.
What we need to do today, we're not
Okay.
voting on language for the bylaws.
Okay,
what we would be voting on, or at least coming to a consensus on,
Okay.
is what do we want that language to
To
look
be.
like?
What are the principles we're trying to do?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we can't write down language until we know what we want it to say.
Okay.
So,
We-
so basically, we need to decide if we're re-voting what was already turned down, but we're re-looking at it because it's the new.
What was already turned down was, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I
No, you're
shouldn't ask you
fine.
for that, is what we turned down last time was that all regular meetings had to be in person. But we could virtually meet for subcommittees and for special meetings. So I would say we have three options. That's one of them. And the committee already voted that down, but who knows what people would think today. The second option would be every meeting could be virtual. I guess we have fourth options too. Third option would be nothing could be virtual, which I think would be a poor option. But the fourth one could be a hybrid. Maybe we require 2 regular meetings a year to be in person, 3 regular meetings, something along the lines of that, and the rest could all be virtual. So those, I think, are the options that we should decide on, kind of what we want to do, and then we can have bylaw language constructed to that effect, and then at the next meeting, vote on the actual bylaw language.
Okay.
So in order to open up the discussion, we have to have the motion and then.
Technically, yeah, but we never do that. We always have discussions about
I mean-
motions. But I guess we gotta just kind of see what people want. I mean, we
I
had
mean-
2 public comments today that were for virtual meetings.
Yes.
John?
My position is our main meeting like this should not be virtual. Just today, when people had to speak from the phone, we're gonna lose half of our time to people just trying to figure out how to get off mute. It's so hard to hear. Any meeting I've done virtually, somebody on that side of the room's talking, you can't hear what they're saying. You're gonna miss a lot. There's gonna be so much missed and stuff, and I see nothing but more delay, more of the committee not getting stuff done.
Madam Chair.
And if you want to be on the committee, you should make the commitment and travel here and listen, and that's be present.
Dean?
Okay. Finding out that more and more, and for all I know, maybe Ohio's the only state now that isn't doing meetings virtual. Okay? And I'm finding out that if we talk to the states that just love it and it's helped them out so much, let's find out how they're doing it. And I did hear, I think, somebody say, why don't we do 1 or 2 of them, the same way other states are doing them, to see how perfect they are. And I am a person who's all about accommodating the blind operators who want to be on this committee, but they never follow through because they suffer so bad to come to Columbus. And now we have a way to fix it. So let's fix it.
Madam Chair,
John?
I don't see how you suffer to come to Columbus.
You
Pay
would.
your driver, it's a $20 bus ride from virtually anywhere in the state. They have daily buses. I've rode the Greyhound from Columbus to Akron at least 20 times in the last few years. If you want to do it, you'll be able to solve a problem and get here.
Well,
We're not poor blind people that have no ability to take care of ourselves.
Well, I'm somewhat in the middle on this because I do recognize that some people traveling and is an issue and all that, have some issues as far as, their drivers and all that kind of stuff. Like I said, I'm somewhat in the middle. I was hoping the hybrid, maybe we can have when she mentioned the hybrid version of it, because you know, I really do want to get more participation. If because during the pandemic, we had lots of people on the calls, you know, we had great participation. Probably we would never get that nowhere near those numbers again. But I do think it would increase some participation for some people. But I was thinking somewhere along the lines that the operator would get the reps, because really you're not denied to participate. I mean, because that's, you know, that's what the alternate is for. But I've had some calls and people brought up some really good points on the other, you know, on the side of the virtual. And I want to recognize that. But I thought maybe you get 3 virtual meetings, and not saying in the future we might like those and we move forward. And then I think we still seek for subcommittees and special meetings. We do it virtually. I don't know what people think, but if it, you know, I think we all can put our heads together and figure out how can we meet somewhere in the middle, because this is an opportunity for, especially when you get to the winter months and stuff like that, where we probably won't have to cancel a meeting because we can do it. You know, instead of canceling it, we can do that. So, I mean, I think that there's a way for us to try to somewhere meet in the middle. Anyone else has a?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Again, the Bureau doesn't really have a dog in this fight. I think that OSILC and OOD Council was also given this opportunity. I think OSILC has changed their bylaws, and maybe I can get a hold of them to see what they did. I think OOD Council is going to talk about it next week. I understand where, you know, people are like the importance of being here in person, but then the flip side it is that more people could participate and might want to join OVRC, and you get more involvement that way. The law is clear though, that you have to be on camera. So it's not just like you don't see anyone on camera right now. So I think that the ease of that might do it. I think it's twofold. I think one, we really, because of the rules coming up, which I know, and, you know, even work group for like the training work group and statewide, the only way that can happen is in a public meeting. And right now, the only way we can do a public meeting is in person. And right now, we can't accomplish, you know, that statewide and the rules outside of this meeting, unless this meeting was just for those 2 purposes at this point. So I think there needs to be an option for virtual meetings, for, you know, special meetings, for work groups and the rules. Then, you know, the other piece of it is that, and this is just my 2 cents, is that putting in your bylaws something more broad about virtual, and then maybe in the July meeting every year, you guys then, and that's in the bylaws, you will determine what would be satisfactory on people have to attend 3 out of 10, or everyone's required to be there in September because we have to vote on these October ones, or you have to come quarterly, or maybe it's defined more specifically annually, and that's in your bylaws. And I don't, you know, that's, the lawyers might tell me that that's not satisfactory, but that's what I think, not pigeonhole your guys' self into, you know, it has to be this way or that way and no in between. That's just my 2 cents.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Chris?
I might suggest to any of the primary reps in the room that perhaps the best way to treat this would be to get a motion done on the topic of special and subcommittee meetings,
subcommittee.
leaving outside of that motion any reference to regular, to voting participation in regular meetings, just so we can address that and not hamstring the ability to get subcommittee work done going forward. So I'm just asking one of the reps in the room to please make a motion that would say, move that this committee allow for virtual participation in subcommittee and work group meetings.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
That's basically what we did vote last time.
No, because we had the other piece in it.
Yeah, I think everyone, unless somebody speak up if someone isn't, is good with the subcommittee and special meetings being virtual.
Yeah.
I've not heard anyone speak against those. So that
Madam Chair.
part's great.
I am good with that, Annette, just
Okay.
I seem to be the only one against the meeting. I have no problem with the special meeting, because that's 3-4 people, and that's a lot easier to communicate.
Well, yeah, that's
in that
subcommittee.
way.
Special meeting would be the whole committee, but like in an emergency situation.
Yeah, weather situation.
Or even like the rules, if we wanted to meet every week or something to talk rules for, because that's so encompassing. That those could be special meetings. The regular meetings, we probably have to address it somehow. Because it's gotta be in the bylaws. Basically, if we put in the bylaws what Chris suggested, we can meet for special and subcommittee meetings virtually, then it's basically what we said last time, and that means regular meetings we cannot. Because nothing can happen until the bylaws are changed.
But that's the part that everybody agrees on, so I'd say get that codified. I'm suggesting get that codified now. Because we need to be, right now, our special committee work and our options for special meetings are not available to us
Right.
because of the lack of a provision. So I'm just saying, let's get that part done now, and then we can hammer out the other piece in a separate motion.
So Chris, you're saying what we voted on in, what was it, May? Is different than what you're speaking
Yeah,
on now.
and because the one in May specifically ruled out the possibility of virtual participation in regularly scheduled meetings. It specifically made that not an option.
Okay.
And this, what I'm suggesting is a motion gets addressed that leaves that part of the question out of the motion.
But, Madam Chair?
Yes.
If we don't put anything about regular meetings in the bylaws, then that in essence is the same thing. Because then we still do have to meet in person for all the regular meetings until we deal with that. Yes, we can do what Chris is suggesting and go ahead and say we want to write a bylaw that allows us to meet virtually for subcommittee and special meetings. But not addressing the regular meetings, pretty well said, it's basically what we voted on last time. We would still have to meet in person at regular meetings until it was dealt with differently.
Let me ask this, the hybrid version of because we're gonna address the piece of regular meetings. Three meetings, 4 meetings, I don't know, because I was discussing this with someone else, because I had several calls about it. How many times, and I know you skipped December, but we meet, what, at least 10 times a year? Once a month? At least 10, right? We have 9 to 10 meetings. And if we do a percentage, I would say three virtual, the reps could have 3 virtual meetings where they could vote. Because that's the issue here. The reps want, they want to be able to vote.
They can vote via virtually. They can vote. That law gives them the option to vote, as long as they're on the camera. You don't have to be in person to vote. That's what the law changed.
And previously, you had to be in the room to vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Right now, you still have to be in the room. Until we change the bylaws, you have to be here.
Okay. And that's why this is a big deal, not just because it's all about the being able to vote as a rep.
Yes.
Okay. And most of the committee members thought that you need to be here. What I'm saying is to meet halfway. What if you get to vote at least 3 times using your virtual? Because other than that, after that, you would have to just work with your alternate to, if you can't be there after, for that. If you used up all 3 of your opportunities. Everybody following what I'm saying?
Yes.
Is that a possibility?
I would think so. Unless, Madam Chair, unless AG Assistant Kazar tells us y'all are nuts. I did not see anything in the law that would prohibit that myself, but I'm only a cheap seat.
And for the record, Madam Chair, the vote was 3-3, and so the motion didn't have majority, so it didn't carry.
Right.
But
Right.
it wasn't a majority of people in the room who were opposed. It was an even vote of 3-3.
Okay, thank you for updating.
Exactly.
So, Madam Chair, I kind of like your idea for each term, which starts, so from July
Yes.
through June. Reps are allowed to virtually appear and participate up to 3 times, but must be present the rest of the time in order to vote. So if it's your 4th meeting that you didn't show up to virtually, you're done. Now, we'd have to really, keep tabs.
Yeah,
That was an issue.
who's keeping the attendance record?
Yeah.
That's not the Bureau's job. They didn't.
Well, that would be, I guess that would be me,
And I
actually.
would think Chris would have to.
That would be me.
I mean, he has the
Roll call.
Yes.
And Madam Chair, I have a
Yes.
question.
Yes.
I like this, but let me give you a scenario.
Okay.
If a rep is virtual and they're allowed to be virtual and a alternate is in the room, it should still be the virtual that gets the vote.
Right,
Yes.
right.
Correct?
Exactly. That's what came up earlier.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, I agree.
As long as they haven't exceeded their 3.
Yes, as long as they haven't exceeded their 3 virtual
votes. Yeah.
And that allows for emergency. And again, somewhere we can meet in the middle, and if we take up the virtual thing and we see it's, working out, we want to change it in the future or whatever, I think it's some way of accommodating as much as we can, at this point.
Madam
Now-
Chair,
Yes.
I like the idea too, that, and maybe we can write this right into the bylaws, that what Christie gave, maybe we put this in there, but say that the committee at the July meeting can amend this. If we see it doesn't work.
Yes.
Is what I'm saying. If we see this was a royal disaster, the committee at the July meeting may be able to amend the number of,
Yes.
virtual meetings
Yeah.
allowable or something along those lines.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I believe
And-
that.
Madam Chair,
Oh.
Yes, Mark?
if you can call in and be a rep and vote, why are we gotta do virtual meetings for like this one here? If they don't come in, don't come in, just get on the phone and do your vote.
You mean for all the meetings, Mark?
Right.
I get it, because that's where I said because, somebody has said to me, what is the purpose of an alternate? If we're gonna go this route, what is the purpose of your alternate? Because that's what the alternates do. If you can't be there, then but I just, I'm just trying to figure out how we can meet people where they are halfway. I don't have an answer, Mark.
Madam Chair?
I do think it's important that we are here as much as we can to be in the room, working together to work out options. And I hear you, Dean, I'm gonna give you the floor in a minute. I think it's, but, I struggle with, understanding people's, personal situations or emergency situations.
Right.
Maybe they had a ride that didn't work out, but, whatever. Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, and that's exactly right there is what I was going to bring up is, if the rep ends up in the hospital, then the alternate can come here and handle it, You know what I'm saying? If they're just not able to call in and virtually and they have to do it by video to be legal to make a vote virtually. So, if the rep's not able to do that, then the alternate will. Follow me?
No, I say that one more time, Dean. I'm sorry.
Well, the way it is in my head is if the rep stays in the hospital and can't get on virtually, then the alternate should be able to do that or come here and vote.
Well, Dean, I think that if you're in a hospital, you shouldn't be worrying about this. Your alternate should be, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Your alternate should be representing you.
Right.
And if they can't make it to the meeting, unfortunately, yes, your area may not be able to be represented. If you couldn't
Correct.
give them that heads up in time, that may happen.
True.
But at the end of the day, that's why we have a rep and an alternate,
Mm-hmm.
in order for them to work together to, which I hope we all are working together, to pick up the slack wherein when the rep can't be there.
Mm-hmm.
But I think your issue was the reps. If I'm getting this issue, the issue was the reps want to be able to vote virtually and not pass it off to their alternate.
Madam Chair.
Yes, John.
Okay, we had a situation today. Frank stepped out to go to the bathroom. So its alternate stepped in to vote. So on these Zoom meetings where we have to be on camera, somebody loses their internet because of a storm or something.
Yeah.
So they pop off. Does that mean the alternate then can pop on and vote? I mean, that.
Yeah.
Or the alternate may not be on there.
Right.
Exactly. I mean, so that's another thing, any kind of interruption, you're no longer on camera. You're no longer part of the meeting.
That's right. You got to be on video.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
That
Yes.
video thing is an interesting side note. I know the law says you have to be on video, but who of us is gonna know it?
I know.
I would.
Well, actually,
See, there's a few of us, yes.
Well, if you're using this,
But I mean, I mean, you chairing the meeting, I know when I would be chairing the meeting, I couldn't ever see if somebody was actually on the video to know if their vote was.
Well, the thing
valid
of
or
it is,
not.
somebody has to be able to tell. We're doing
Yeah,
virtual.
exactly.
Somebody has to be tracking to make sure all those faces are showing up. And I know I'm one that I would turn the camera off. I don't like people looking
I don't
at me
like
now.
the camera on either.
That's just
Yeah,
That's what I do now.
That's more red tape
It
and more of
is.
slowing the committee.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a concern because I'm with you, Madam Chair. I would be turning the camera off and then it's time to vote. Maybe I
And what
pop
Chris-
it back on again or something.
Well, then that's an issue, because like what Chrissy said, the camera has to be on for you to be counted as a participant
Right.
in the meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Chris?
I repeat my request. Let's get a motion done today on what we agree on. And
I have
get
one
language,
more.
and get language on that. Because we keep kicking this horse, I mean, this sucker is way past dead on this topic
Yes.
of voting in regular meetings.
Madam
So-
Chair?
Yes,
I have one last issue directly related to Chris.
okay.
I've got a lot of issues.
I'm not a tech guy. I do not have a computer with a camera. I don't have a desktop. I do all my paperwork still written with pen and paper.
Yeah, we saw that.
And
Yep, exactly.
I do not print stuff out. I went through the 80s, all that shit with CS-DOS, and had stuff just put in the computer and disappear. I don't trust it. And I do not have the computer, I don't have the camera, I don't have the internet connection, whatever. I can't do a virtual meeting unless the state gives me equipment to do it. Are you gonna provide equipment to the people that don't have it and train us how to use it?
Well,
Madam Chair?
Actually, there was something on training that
Yeah.
did come up, that we might be able to do a training on Teams, because that's the thing we're gonna use, on camera, on all of that. So that's a side note, even if we do subcommittee and
I would
special
have to be the
meetings.
head of line. 'cause
We
I
should
am-
probably look at doing a training on how to use it.
So,
And Madam Chair, I would have recommendations on this as well.
But-
somebody want to make a, go
Well-
ahead. and-
Well, I was gonna say, so basically, the language that we already have in, that we can't vote on it because
Yes.
I'm a little squeamish on, even though it'd be the same,
Yeah.
with a change of committee and all that, would be to leave regular meetings alone right now, and make, special meetings and subcommittee meetings be allowed to be virtual.
Yeah.
Well, then that language can come out then. I don't even know if we need to vote on that because we're gonna put out the language again for the bylaws, and that's when we'll take the
That's your consensus.
vote. But we can just resubmit the language we already have then for the August meeting.
Okay.
And shoot for it again.
All right, we're all good on that?
And doesn't that pre-existing language have an express prohibition on the voting participation in regular meetings?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't think that needs to be spoken to in the language. I think if you specify special meetings and subcommittee meetings of the OVRC may be conducted virtually, period. You don't need to say anything else.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
you kind of do a little bit. There's still public meetings. I'm still going to be here, unlike in the past where they had the subcommittees and the work groups, there had to be like, two members, they could be a quorum, all that. That's out the door. It still can't be active participation without the full committee. But it will still be a public meeting that we're going to have to post on the website. Someone's going to have to be present here, and anyone can join those calls. But yes, that we could do them virtually.
So are you, on that basis, then they're gonna have to be conducted during business hours? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow, that makes it a little challenging on getting done.
Now, that's talking about the subcommittees and special meetings.
Because they're still public,
Still
which means
public.
somebody from the state during business hours has to be here.
So, and that, you said we don't have to take a vote?
I don't believe so because we don't really have, I mean, we could just to show a consensus, I guess, if folks wanted to. But, the big vote will actually come when we have the bylaw language in front of us.
So we need a motion, right? Notice vote. So you wanna word it? That we will, for special meetings and subcommittee meetings, we can meet virtually.
The OVRC may be virtual.
The OVRC can meet virtually. Is that all it needs to say in that?
I would think so.
Chris, you got that?
I do.
Well, I'll make that motion.
Yeah, and I'll second it.
Okay.
All right, any
And-
further discussion?
Yeah, there is.
Yes.
I'm going to go right back to this again. With these states that have been doing it for years and years, I think we should look into if there are things we need to update here, whether people need to have microphones here in this room. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There could be things, technology that needs to be updated to have a wonderful, audio going on for everybody.
Dean, I think that's what we should do in this training for the teams and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
I think that we should look into that so we
Right.
can use, because we do need to move to the future.
That's right.
On some of that, I'm in agreement. So I think let's get some of the training and get some of the things in place, and then
Mhm.
maybe some of us will feel, we'll feel a little more comfortable with maybe doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's, we're moving inch by inch to
Mhm.
get where we want to be.
And if I could just throw another
Go ahead, Dean.
subject out there. So, people have brought this to me a few times. If you're doing it virtually and you are a person that's going to make a vote, okay, for sure you should be in a private office somewhere, or just a private room, I should say, okay? And, you're not doing all this other stuff. You're totally focused like you are right here in this room. You follow what I mean? And you're on video focused on everything that's being discussed. And you make your vote. Does that make sense what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, yes.
So then what do we do if someone has a kid walk through the room? We disallow their vote?
I wouldn't say that. But you got to be
You've gotta
smart.
be in a specific, now you're adding even more requirements. A
Yeah,
specific
I mean-
office, closed off alone.
Just something out there to, pretty much just lock yourself in a room,
I understand what you're
like
saying,
we are
but
right
even
now.
Even on the phone sometimes, whoever's background noise
I know.
interrupts the meeting, and somebody's talking, got the floor, and then we have a lot of background noise.
Yeah.
People don't realize they're not muted or
But
something like that.
I just don't wanna-
Those are quirks we'll have to work out.
Yeah.
Would it be the pleasure of any of the representatives to make a motion requesting that the training manager put together a training for operators on using Microsoft Teams?
I think we need to finish the motion we're on, that we gotta vote for.
Exactly.
Okay.
I would.
My bad, I thought it was gonna be.
Okay, so the no more discussion, ready to take the vote in that?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can somebody read it back, because I don't understand what we're voting on here.
Oh.
Yes.
We're voting on if, what we, okay, go ahead, Chris.
Yes, yes, Madam Chair. We are voting, this is, who voted? John McNamara moved that a amendment be made to the bylaws that special and subcommittee meetings may be held virtually, while all regular meetings must be held in person.
I did not make that motion.
No,
Was
that
that-
isn't what was made.
I'm sorry.
It was in that.
Oh, that was in that.
motion.
I apologize.
I don't think anything was in there after a while.
Yeah.
And I don't think you had anything in there that.
No, it was basically that special and subcommittee meetings of the OVRC may be held.
May be held virtually, but the other.
No, the other part's not there.
The other part's
part
okay.
did
That
not
clause
say
is
anything
not.
about regular
Okay.
meetings. Regular meetings kind of takes care of themselves by lack of
Right.
mentioning.
And I second it.
And Dean seconded.
And then Dean seconded.
and Dean seconded.
Okay, that's accurate. Okay, I apologize.
Are we ready for the vote? Annette?
Yes,
Frank?
Frank's no longer here.
Oh, he's not?
And
Mark?
neither's Dave.
Okay, Mark?
No.
We got, Dean?
Yes.
John?
Yeah, I don't have a problem, especially.
Yvette, yes. Keith?
Yeah.
Yes, Keith. So how many yeses was that? 4, 5?
5. 5 to 1.
And the motion
The motion passes.
And so is Frank. Oh, they're both gone. Wow.
Okay.
Are we ready for
So
the?
Madam Chair, I will make
Yes.
sure the language gets to you and all about, it basically will be the language that we had before.
Okay.
When?
And we will be talking.
25 till.
The next thing on our agenda was Schaefer's. What was that? Schaefer's.
Got it.
Equipment at Schaefer's, monitoring equipment at Schaefer's.
Got it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to bring up a quick point about Schaefer. Anne Marie can confirm this. Norm retired. He only works out of the office now. And ever since Norm has been gone, our repairs are taking more than a month to get done. They're bringing wrong parts. It's just the service is going way down in the Cleveland area. Just I wanted that on official record.
Madam Chair, I don't know the specifics, but Anne Marie did send us stuff and we sent that on to Schaefer. So anytime, I do appreciate, anytime there's an issue, we're sending that on to Schaefer. And I thought I was on the call the other day where they said Norm was gonna be out on a call, so I'll follow up on that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Norm was actually in my facility yesterday on call. So he is going to some, but I don't think very
Oh,
often.
that's, from what I've, go ahead, Annette, then
I was just gonna say, we've had, and I'll talk to Christy a little more of this outside the meeting, because I know she wants to know this, but we've had some horrible stories with installs. I know Dwayne Burkholder had just a nightmare of install stuff, so something
Madam Chair?
wacky going on with them.
Yes, John?
The new guy couldn't change the clock. That's all I'll start with.
Okay, because I've had some issues. But I know someone, I believe, was on vacation, and that's how Norm, he only is gonna be out if they're really shorthanded. I think a couple of people are out, the reason why Norm wound up going out. That's what I was told by another person. Anything else? Yeah, what is that?
Well, Chris had asked for this to be on the agenda.
Would you like me to
Yes,
initiate the
Chris.
topic, ma'am?
Yes.
Chris, Dayton alternate, also operate a mixture of machines in central Ohio. When I was over at Schaefer for the purpose of preloading my equipment, I was asked by one of the Schaefer staff to go back and grab a coin mech to replace one I had brought in for replacement. And for an exchange, bad for good. And I saw, and it wasn't the first time I'd been back there, but I saw there was quite a number of seed cantaloupe or e-port devices, the telemeters and card readers sitting back there. I'm guessing just the CoinMex bill validators and card readers that I saw in that space represented some tens and tens of thousands of dollars in equipment investment. And I'm asking, do we have an inventory of that? And do we know, particularly with those card readers, about their status? Because we know that over time, card readers are being removed from equipment because of outdated technology, where Verizon switched to the not supporting the 3G network anymore, and so you have to be 4G or faster, and so that's what gave rise to the G10 devices, and now they've got the G11 devices, and going from VJ numbers to VK numbers and so forth. So, I think we have a responsibility as a program to make good use of those telemeters, bill validators, CoinMex. 240. And so I'm wondering, do we have anybody, Mr. Sharp and I, he's not in the room right now, but Mr. Sharp and I work well together, and we have good mutual respect. I know he's got a lot of responsibility for working with the Schaefer inventory, but I also know that my good friend Mr. Sharp wasn't even involved in the vending business 2 years ago. And a lot of us have been involved in it 30 years and more. So I'm wondering what kind of guidance is being provided to staff concerning what we need to keep and what we ought to dispose of. What can be repurposed and what cannot. Because there's a lot of money back there, folks. I mean, a lot of money. If you just go average cost of $350 per component, which is probably a pretty valid number, I'm here to tell you there's probably close to $100,000 set back there. And just in CoinMex bill validators and card readers.
John?
Another place, Chris, I know I personally in April sent 12 bill validators that were sitting on a shelf, brand new, that Richard Bird had built up. And I sent them back with Norm to basically let somebody else have them. Not only the warehouse, how much stuff do we have just sitting in the back of our own warehouses around the state? Not just Schaefer's, but just everybody's.
Madam Chair.
Amy?
So you are seeing a lot of bill validators, CoinMex and stuff there right now, because as we are salvaging machine, we're asking Schaefer to take those parts off so we can use them. There are some that aren't worth it, and usually what we do when we have the capacity, but we do not right now, is we take the ones that are not usable anymore. I know that back in the day, Terry told me to look for certain things on certain types of CoinMex that will just tell you, like, if it's I forget now, a certain voltage that works on the newer machines or not. We put those in a large box, and those actually get sent to GovDeals to sell off as a lot. So we can't use them anymore, but maybe someone else can. There are a lot that we probably need to refurbish so we can redeploy in the field, or a lot of operators do like to have some spares so they can switch them out. As far as the card readers go, so we have been ordering those with new equipment for modernization, and it's been very helpful to get around the whole $1,000 for the role that we had with RSA. So when we do expand at a university where we take over the POP, we can use those card readers, because we wouldn't have to use certain funding to buy card readers for POP machines that we don't own, and we can use those that way. There are telemeters that come off machines that come back to Schaefer that are again taken off, whether they're sitting in the warehouse or they're going to salvage, and they're assigned to people. And we do have a spreadsheet where it says like this paging number was here and it's been deactivated and can be redeployed. Or we do run into a situation where operators don't follow up with you or cantaloupe and deactivate or whatnot, and we are kind of stuck until they do the appropriate paperwork. Unfortunately, we ran into a situation with an operator where we even got their lawyers involved to just release the card readers, and he passed away, and then Cantaloupe said, we can't do anything. Like, they're useless basically, because they're not yours. They're in his name. His lawyer wasn't willing to sign off, so like we do go through some waste when it comes to those. But for the most part, I can't say this right very moment, we have a good idea what's back there, because again, our capacity, we're stretched a little bit thin. But for the generality, we do have a good idea of what we have, what it's going to be used for, and if not, we can get a lot together to send to Service Road to get money back in the program that way.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So, it's a mess right now because of the modernization and the rest areas closing down. And, you know, and I'll just say this is not a dig, I'm just gonna say, it was organized more also when we had a floater. I don't want a floater, I'd rather invest in more business and expansion. That takes up money to expand. But we're also in a situation, just like what Amy said, is like when we're ordering these new machines, because all of these things are under $1,000, that like 5-10 years ago, when we needed one, we could order it under maintenance and repair, which that's changed. But I do think we need to get a better handle of, okay, this lot of machines, let's order some, Coinmex and credit cards, telemeters, but then the next batch, let's not. We've got some backups there. And just what Amy said too, we need to go through with what's there now, what is realistically what we can repurpose and what realistically we'll never repurpose and get it out. I think that's the purpose. And we have a couple more topics, but I'll just get to this topic. I don't know where or when. We did hire 2 more people that are going to start, I think, on the 28th. A consultant in Zanesville, Kyra Castle, right? We stole it from. We stole her from Amy.
Okay.
She's worked for Amy for the last couple of years, and I'm really excited. And Layla George, right? Yep. She will be in Columbus. So that, I think, is going to help us too, because you're right. It's been Orville who's also been kind of helping and pitch hitting with some other projects, helping with Missy on getting the micro market. And, we've only had CAT, and Columbus is a big area. So believe me, Chris, I go into that, they don't want me in that warehouse because my blood pressure goes up. But I understand it's a lot of moving parts. And we are communicating as a team. There's a salvage process. We are getting more money for salvage than we ever did before. But, I ask every week, like, do we have a salvage truck going to Surface Road? Do we have a salvage truck? Because there's just, there's so much capacity right there.
Do we, one of the things that occurs to me is that Amy said that currently there are 128 machines in storage being held for redeployment. And so, it seems to me that the low-hanging fruit here is to evaluate those 128 machines to see if they're currently outfitted with Coinmex and bill validators. And if not, take one of each out of there and put it in that machine. So at least you've got those, and obviously that is in the context of verifying that they're in good working order. And so sending in batches of, say, 10 or 20 at a time to have them go through the bench techs and be, checked out, refurbished. It seems to me to be prudent so that there's always an available supply. Because I can tell you, they generally do not have an available supply of BSVI devices that have been through the bench and in a bag. When they put them in a bag and have a tag around the bag where the MDB cable comes out of the top of the point back or bill validator, that bagged items are items that have been through their bench service. There are very few bagged items back there in the BSVI area, which tells me that most of that stuff is not available for deployment. It hasn't been verified to be in good working order. And so I think it makes sense that, in batches of 10 or 20, you send the ones that look like they're in good condition in. Maybe if I'm in a normal situation, I go in there on the next time I'm at Schaefer and I say I take 10 of these card readers with later numbers and I have them just take them to a bench and just making sure they're in good working order. Same with CoinMex and bill validators. MBI 7000 series CoinMex, MBI 2700 series bill validators, because that's what most of this is. Just verify that they're in good working order. They don't have a lot of stuff that's pre-MBI, and honestly, most of that on B salvage.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I did block off a day on my calendar in the near future to go and kind of get the CoinMex situation. I know we did used to kind of have it down to a cabinet of like, okay, these 2 shells were bagged and ready to go. These, the bottom were stacked up and kind of every once in a while, like take 20 more, here's 20 more. So we'll get back into that. It is just a little overwhelming right now with the modernization and the amount that's coming off of the salvage machines, but we'll get it under control.
Well, I'd be willing to meet with you to look at those and just see. I know a little bit about this stuff, but
Yeah.
We got one more topic.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Real quick, we used to routinely have operators go in with the Bureau and help kind of monitor that. So if Chris is willing to go, I would suggest that he be welcome to come because he is very knowledgeable. And Madam Chair?
Yes.
As far as that last topic goes, Frank had asked for that to be on the agenda.
Okay.
He's gone.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly what all. That was the communication. So maybe that can go till
Table?
next time.
Okay.
Table it. But we have anything else? We have a couple.
Anything else?
Yeah.
I make a motion that we get out of here.
No. We got a couple. Madam Chair, I have one topic. I'd like to talk about Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. I'd like to know the time frame for us going in there and taking over the stuff that we were, that we kind of won in our arbitration settlement. We're being looked at by eyes nationally on what's going on here in Ohio. And I'm getting asked about, what are you guys doing? You won this, tell us what you're doing. So we need to know the time frame of what's happening there.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
No, go ahead.
Go, Chris.
So we're waiting, so the permit, we've been going back and forth with the permit, and they took a long time, and now they gave it back to us like a couple of days ago, and this is supposed to, based on the settlement, be executed by July 22nd. And I know that Orville, you've been asking, like, we've been asking, and so now today we've asked, our legal has asked their legal for an extension because we can't, you can't expect us to turn it around. And I know we have to work with the local committee and the operators affected as well. And so that's where we're at. We haven't bought the machines, I think we have.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we do got the quotes. I need to go through the justifications to sign off on them. That way they can be ordered. So kudos to Scott for taking care of that. Yeah, I think we're on track, but we can't install the machine until the permit is fully executed.
Correct.
The permit's executed, we have to give the notice for the other machines to be removed.
what's the length of time, you know, okay, the quotes have been approved, and you say you've got a little bit more to do to authorize that purchase. What's the timetable between, have states are giving you any kind of a timetable in terms of availability of equipment and how long it would take, and how does that compare to the amount of time that, they need on their end to remove existing equipment?
Madam Chair, that's something I can follow up with Marty once we submit the justification, to pretty much let him know that, you know, he's okay to bring the machines in. From what and I could be wrong, but I think I can't pull up the permit now, the settlement. But we give the base 14 days notice that we are going to install our machines. And then we have 30 days to install the machines. But when we give them notice, and hopefully, I'm sure that they comply. We give them, you know, notice that, you know, they need to remove the machines. I'm hoping that they remove the machines, you know, quick, and then we put our machines in there. So I'm a little nervous with that.
I don't know how fast they're gonna get them. I'm
Right,
I'm waiting on the refrigeration unit. I just got a call yesterday that, they don't know when it's gonna come in. And that's when Christie was, it's been almost a month now that I have that snack machine down. So don't go out and get my location. But, anything else?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
A couple of things.
Oh, okay.
So first, I do want to say that, which I'm excited about, Catherine and I, Catherine, who is the Columbus consultant, her and I, we are meeting with OSU to do a tour of the new medical center building on Monday. There are 4 floors where we will have vending. And from what they sent me, but off the blueprint, it's like 10, maybe 10 or 12 total vending machines. But I can make sure that I let the local and the full committee know how that goes. I also want to say that we have hired 2 new consultants. Oh, wait.
You were out of the room, man.
Oh, my
You
goodness.
stepped out, you lost.
And it was centered around, or Bill Sharp, that you are overextended, and that's why, you know, and you doing Schaefer and all this other stuff, and I said, in light of that, we're gonna hire 2 new people, and hopefully that, you know, that was the context. But do you have anything else?
I do.
Okay.
Well, 4 floors at OSU's new medical building is good. Because my daughter's gonna be working as a nurse in that building, and she needs to get snacks.
There we go.
That sounds like a
But only the healthy
facility.
ones, right?
Yeah, absolutely, good point.
The only thing that I, you know, just ask that we adjourn. Get up out of here.
No.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And I do have one thing. Statewide for next year, are we still thinking about doing another state park? Survey said yes.
I thought it was great.
Survey said yes, so let's do it.
What did the survey results show in terms of the amount of negative feedback? Because I know there was some.
Feedback. So only 20 people took the survey.
Okay.
But 18 people said they enjoyed it. We got, would you like to see it at another state park? 14 said yes, 5 said maybe, only 1 said no. And then, so I did, if we did another state park, which one would you prefer? 14 people did say Hocking Hills. So is that where we should
Let's look.
go?
Okay.
I can start calling on Monday.
Yeah. Great. And that's, just say we're adjourned?
No.
Kristen still has something.
Oh, Chris,
I've
I'm
got
sorry.
one more thing.
My phone was ringing in my ear.
Okay. So the stipend, so the stipend and the language surrounding the stipend that we've done, I have my rule book, I have my rule book.
Who won this place operator? You don't have your rule book.
Yes, I do.
You should carry that.
Okay. Displaced operator means an operator whose permanent facility has been permanently closed, temporarily closed, or whose net facility sales have been temporarily reduced by at least 50% for more than 2 weeks due to remodeling or by extraneous circumstances such as a strike or disaster. Should a facility be permanently closed, the operator shall be considered displaced for only 6 months after closure. A displaced operator may receive a fair minimum return payment. So it was brought to my attention this week that, and I don't know the history and why things were decided one way or another, or, you know, I try to research it. But we have been telling people for years that they had to wait 2 weeks, that they could not get the stipend for the first 2 weeks of a temporary or permanent closure. So I don't think that that's what the rule says. I'm sure there was reason at one point in time, but that was how it was interpreted. So I went back and looked at, in 2020, everyone got $1,000 because of the stipend. And in 21, 22, and 23, there was no stipends released, either because of a lack of funds or no one qualified. So in 2024, we had 5 facilities operators who asked and received a fair minimum return at the rate of $250 a week. So I'd like to go back and give these 5 operators $500 with a proper invoice and documentation to pay them for the first 2 weeks. This would cost $2,500. In 2025, there so far has been three operators that have received fair minimum based off $350 a week. So I'd like to give them $700 for the first 2 weeks for $2,100. So in total, it would cost $4,600, and this is straight, what is it, straight set aside, but it's $4,600. And then going forward, we pay everyone from the time that they don't have to prove that it's, you know, that they're gonna be closed for more than 2 weeks. You know, I think that the 2-week thing hangs people up, like, you can't be closed for 4 days. You have to be closed for at least 2 weeks, but it doesn't preclude you from being able to get your stipend fair minimum return for the time at the point that your rest area or some other place closed. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I think I need a motion just to say that you're okay with me retroactively the last 2 years and then going forward. We will make this round. I'm sorry. John?
I want to make a motion that we let Christie make the payment to operators who denied payment for 2 weeks, because there was nothing in the rules that said they should have been denied.
Anybody want to second it?
I'll second.
Keith seconded. Any discussion? Let's vote.
That was Keith seconded?
Yes. Keith seconded.
What's the motion again?
I will abstain.
Okay, and that's abstaining, then we have, Mark,
Yeah.
Dean,
I'm sorry. What was the motion again?
okay, go back and, well, go ahead and read it.
Go back and pay operators stipend for 2 weeks that they were denied stipend payments.
Oh. Okay.
Have Christie make,
All right.
to allow
Christie,
to
yes,
make the
allow
payment.
the program manager.
I vote yes for that.
John?
Yes.
Yeah, I vote yes. Keith?
Yes.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Move to adjourn.
We're adjourned.